the translators. You have them by my left. You can pick one so that it will aid you following the conversation. Can we do that in 2 minutes? For our Francophone colleagues. Are we good? All right. Today is the final day for your FAFA 2024, and it is any troubles? Okay. It is an honor to bring to the podium our first speaker for today. He is someone I've always looked up to. His name is Mr. Charles Mwangi, who is the head of programs and research at the Pan-African Climate Justice Alliance, PACJA. Mr. Charles will be taking us this morning on locally led climate adaptation, and his session will be looking at overview of concept and principles of locally led climate adaptation. I want to implore us all to pay keen attention, because the information Mr. Charles will be passing across this morning would also aid the group work we started yesterday on drafting proposals that are GCF worthy. Put your hands together as I bring on stage Mr. Charles Mwangi. Thank you.
So, bonjour à tous. Yep, bring that one. Bien dormi? Am I speaking some French? Or am I speaking Russian? So, good morning, colleagues. I want to check again, what do you want? You have to keep on checking, and you have to actually raise your hand up. What do you want? When do you want it? Very good. You have to keep on checking. That first time we are going to mention that statement and nobody answers, then we know that we have attained climate justice. And I think we are very far from it. So as my colleague Alaki connects me, I would want to invite all of us to start up. Can you just start up? You know, we're young people, and I know the concentration span for young people who are also growing old, the concentration span is usually very short. So we have to keep on, making sure that we are well energized. And we've been talking about climate finance. And finance is about mathematics or arithmetics. And we have to check whether we are able to monitor and track climate finance. That cannot happen if we are not keen on counting. Are we together? We have to know when climate finance is being availed and in the right quantities or in the wrong quantities. So I want us to engage in some little bit of accounting. So prepare yourselves. I want you to say one. One, like this, eh? One. Okay, again, one. Plus. Another one. Is equal to. I want to see some little bit of energy, young people. It's equal to. Two. Two. Plus. Do. It's equal to. Okay? Can you check whether your neighbor has a good 4? We want to test your agility also, eh? Do you have your 4? I can still see some people with their hands, with their legs down. So I want to see a 4. I can't see a 4 from my sister here. Okay? Okay, 4 plus another 4 is equal to, don't put your legs down. It's equal to wheat. Wheat plus another wheat is equal to 16. Hey, let's repeat. Wheat is 8, for those of you who don't understand French. I didn't know there are people who don't understand French here. Anyway, so 8 plus another 8 is equal to 16. I can't see that 6. All right, you can take your seat now. Is it coming up? All right, thank you so very much. I think I've already been introduced, and I think for many of you, I'm not very new to you, but I also know we have colleagues probably have not met before. And I want to take this opportunity also, and on behalf of PACJA also, to welcome you most sincerely to this very, very interesting opportunity. Consider yourself very, very, very lucky that you got an opportunity to engage. You got an opportunity to go through this course. And what we do at PACJA is that we make sure we tailor-make this particular course in a way that we're addressing contemporary issues on climate justice, issues on adaptation finance. We don't want to come and present just academic discourse around here. So as you have seen, our training is very practical because we are training you to be activists. We are relying on you. We are passing the mantle onto you so that you're able to take it up and move. Because like we said, you are the generation we are relying on. You are the generation that we are trusting to deliver this continent. And we have no doubt, if we train you well, if you keep you empowered, then of course we're going to drive this continent to greater heights. So we have a lot of trust. Then you drive this particular discourse, this particular message, so that together we're able to move. So we're training trainers of trainers even as we progress. Now, having mentioned that, allow me now to delve deeper into my presentation. If the IT can support me. All right, thank you so much. So the topic we're going to cover today, this morning, is on principles of locally led climate adaptation. And I know the speakers who have spoken before me have already alluded to the fact that climate interventions, climate change response has to happen at the grassroots. And that is what PACJA really stands for. That is why, in our vision, we really want to empower, people, and we stand, in terms of advocacy on pro-poor policies to ensure that the frontline communities, or those people we call the last mile communities, are actually reached. We may do a lot in the international space. We may do a lot in the global platform. We may do a lot at the regional platform. But until we are able to impact on the lives of those people who are mostly affected in those marginalized regions of our countries, those women, who cannot harvest anymore because of erratic rainfall patterns, those pastoralists who are losing their livestock every year due to drought, and when drought, goes, floods come and collect the remaining, livestock. Until we address the plight of those people, then to the rest of humanity, we are only wasting our time. And therefore, we are actually, should I say, proponents, but also promoters of what we call principles of locally led climate action. And I remember, together with our partners from World Resource Institute and from Environmental Institute, Institute for Environment and Development, IIED, and of course ourselves, we were very keen in generating what we call principles of locally led climate actions. And we contributed a very, very big deal in development of what we call now the principles of locally led climate actions, and principles that are now being signed everywhere by governments. We are getting to see organizations, international organizations, committing to those principles, and committing to those principles indicates that they're dedicated to focusing on the frontline communities, and to ensure that programming and climate change programming happens at the grassroots where it matters most. So therefore, we are going to go through those particular principles. But then before I get or I delve deeper into that, it's important to refresh our memory around some of these facts. And one of them, if you look at the African Economic Outlook report for 2022, you realize that it's clear that climate change is actually costing 5 to 15% of our gross domestic product. And you can imagine what it means to spend 5 to 15% of your GDP on climate response. But again, who is the most impacted? The vulnerable countries, including the African countries, of course in Asia, but our sales, of course, our focus is Africa, which is actually mostly impacted. Now, if you're spending 5 to 15% of our GDP hard on climate finance, that can only tell you that that figure can only continue going higher. As the emissions continue accumulating, that can only go higher. And if you're going to spend that much responding to climate change, and you're already talking about a continent that has majority of its countries under the LDC, or least developed countries, group. And we're talking about countries that are struggling with the diseases. We are struggling with countries that have a lot of challenges with the infrastructure, in our education system, and so on and so forth. And now climate change is forcing us to spend that much. We can only get worse and worse in terms of our development. And most importantly, it's important to note that our countries in Africa, on average, out of our total revenue collection, whatever taxes you contribute to that exchequer, 65% of it is going to pay debts. In my country, in Kenya, we're actually spending 67%. So figure out this. For those of you who probably have homes, those who are married and probably have children, think about the salary you get from your organization, for those of you who are working. And you take a whole 65% to pay loans because you've borrowed for your wedding, you've borrowed to support your mother-in-law somewhere. Africans, we are social beings. And therefore, our pay slip has so many dependents. You know that, eh? Your cousin's sister, has a daughter who stays with you. Those kind of things. So if you spend 65% paying debt from your SACCO loans or from your bank loans, how much do you have to spend now for food and for everything? You have about only 35%. And you can imagine now that is what is happening in Africa, that we cannot even meet our recurrent expenditures. Our governments are even unable to pay salaries, so that they're actually borrowing to meet recurrent expenditure. When you find yourself now borrowing to meet recurrent expenditure, then you're doomed. And if you are borrowing to meet recurrent expenditure, what about infrastructure, demands, like the roads, like the water and sewer systems? What about, our transport infrastructure? What about our health infrastructure? All that will be struggling. And therefore, it's not a good figure to see that you're already spending 5 to 15% needed to just deal, with climate change. But like we mentioned yesterday, and I think this has been repeated many times, but because we go to church every Sunday and we keep repeating verses and verses of the Bible, we'll continue repeating this, that adaptation is suffering in the altar of the developed countries or the high emitter countries. Out of the total climate finance, out of the total MINGA climate finance that is received, only about 25% is going to adaptation. And I'm told in Africa, it's even worse. I think in Africa now, I'm told it's almost about 7% of what is coming in as adaptation, finance. Yet we are saying adaptation is key. Adaptation is what we really need for us to be able to cushion our people against the impact. In fact, climate change leaves us with no other option but to adapt. Think about the communities in Malawi who are swept away by cyclones, the 7 cyclones that have happened. I don't know who is from Malawi here. He can actually attest to the situation. Are there some people in the camps, even now? There are still some people who are living in the camps. And those are the ones affected by the previous cyclones. What about those who will be affected by future cyclones that are projected to continue increasing and also in the intensity? So we require resources for adaptation, and only 25 is coming through, and we are saying we have to address that particular balance. Indeed, you've been shouting here that we need more than doubling of adaptation finance. The current figure, or the current baseline, is about 20 billion per year. Globally, 20 billion US dollars. Now, what is the actual gap for adaptation finance across the world? If you look at the adaptation gap report of 2023 that was only released last year, you'll be surprised to realize that we have up to 387 billion US dollars gap in adaptation finance globally per year. This is what is needed up to 2030 per year. Now tell me, if you compare this with 20 billion that is currently available, is that not even is it a drop or a droplet in the ocean? It's actually a droplet in the ocean. And you can imagine this is projected to continue increasing as the impact of climate change, continues, unabated. Now, this may be a global figure, but a lot of it is needed for the African continent, which is most vulnerable to the impacts of climate change. Let's move on. IT. Let's move to the next slide, Hydre. So as we think through, we must actually understand whether we are talking about the fact that even doubling adaptation finance from 20 to 40 billion is not taking us anywhere. And in Glasgow, we were negotiating for doubling of adaptation finance. And we are saying, hey, in Africa, doubling is not our goal, because 40 is very, very low compared to 387 billion. That's why we call for more than doubling of adaptation finance. Now, of course, the world has been giving adaptation less priority, despite the fact that we were forced, let me not use the word forced anyway, we were compelled to develop, I want to be a bit diplomatic, to develop our national adaptation plans, very beautiful plans, and hoping that with these adaptation plans, they'll be financed. And I tell you what, in Germany this year when we went for SB 60, the deliberations allowed the NAPs, or national adaptation plans, were really geared towards moving the private sector away, moving towards resource or domestic resource mobilization, so that we are being required to finance our NAPs from our own pockets. And remember I told you, you only have like 35% of what you collect. You cannot even pay salaries for your staff. We cannot even meet recurrent expenditure as African countries. But now you're also required, to actually finance your own NAPs, because no money is coming through. And this is the same challenge we have, the national determined contributions, which I have a problem with. You know why I have a problem with the NDCs? Previously, during the Kyoto Protocol, it was clear there were those countries, the Annex 1 countries, that were contributing a lot to emissions. And it was largely their responsibility to cut the emissions and also to support adaptation. But with the coming of the Paris Agreement, we agreed under the principle of common but differentiated responsibilities and respective capabilities that everybody has a contribution in the current state of affairs, in the emissions, the way they are. And therefore, we were told, let everybody commit how much we are going to reduce in terms of your gas emissions. And so we learned very quickly as Africa, and we were told, the more ambitious you are, the bigger the budget you have, the more the resources you're going to attract. It was like development of a proposal. You develop a very good, a proposal with a list of, wish list, and that's what we did. So that a country like mine committed to reduce our emissions by 30% in the first edition of NDCs. I think Namibia, who is from Namibia here? How much? How much did you commit as a country? Is it 91%? 91%. It's ridiculous. Committing to reducing 100% of the emissions, as though you are the biggest emitter in the world. In Gabon, who is from Gabon here? That's about, which percentage? About 55 or so percent. I think that's what Gabon committed, about 55%. That's like half. So in other words, all the African countries committed highly over ambitious NDCs. And you know what? Those NDCs were not even prepared by us. They employed consultants to do them for us. consultants from the West, from Sweden, from Netherlands, from wherever. So they came and they sat with us and they took hefty per diems. And of course, were paid, big amounts of money. And they led us into developing highly ambitious, beautiful NDCs. So how much money has come through for us to implement those NDCs? How much? In Namibia, for example, did you receive from outside? The NDCs we submitted in Kenya, in Africa, a lot of them, they are conditional, meaning the implementation is subject to availability of external resources. Giving my example of my home country, our second edition of NDCs would require 60 billion, note, 60 billion US dollars to implement. But you know how much is available for us, from us? It's about 13%. So where is the other about 87 or so percent? It was supposed to come from outside. We've never seen that money coming through. Are we together? Yet Africa only emits about 4%. So those guys who are emitting 96%, if you look at the NDCs, you'll cry. Is at all? They didn't commit as big figures as Namibia and Kenya and Gambia and Ghana and everywhere else. Yet that is where we needed a lot of emission cuts. Remember, if we are to maintain the temperature rise below 1.5, because we must not go above 1.5. If we reach 1.5, the impacts will be reversible and we have frosted in eternity. If we are to do that, we have to cut our emissions by a whole 43%. Can you imagine? By 2030. Now, if Africa contributes 100%, that will only be about 4%. Now, if we remove 43 or 4 from 43, how much is remaining? 39% by 2030. Where is that going to come from? It is from the high emitter countries who don't want to submit ambitious NDCs. So as we go to next year, because NDCs are supposed to be revised every year, every 5 years. So far we have done 2 revisions. We are going to NDC 3.0 next year when countries sit. Can you, as young people, support our government to come up with realistic NDCs? Are we together? But most importantly, we ask those who are high emitters to commit more. We need to have them enhance their ambition in mitigation cuts. Because until they do so, we'll just be talking, but the impacts of climate change will continue rising. The NDCs in the world has committed the way they are. If they implemented 100% and we are nowhere near even 10%, they're taking us on a 2.7 degree trajectory. And we are talking about 1.5. But the way they are, even if we implement 100%, we are going to 2.3 trajectory. That one tells you that there's very, very little hope if we don't continue pushing, for emission, cuts. However, that was not my conversation today. I was talking about the NAPs and the fact that the NAPs have not been funded, just like our NDCs. And the thing is, most of the people look at adaptation as public good. It is something that doesn't bring a lot of resources. It doesn't bring a lot of profits. And therefore, people don't want to invest in that. Countries don't want to invest in adaptation. I remember in Germany in June this year, we had a sitting with the negotiators from Europe through our partner that we refer to as AU-EU Foundation. We organized a meeting for all our negotiators from the North, the leaders of delegations from the North, and the leaders of delegations from Africa. So we had very high-ranking officials in that dinner meeting, and we had a conversation around this agenda on adaptation. And what was coming from them was, in actual sense, they feel that investing in Africa is also risky. So how do we de-risk our investments also in adaptation, for example, to ensure that it's attractive, for that kind of investment? But the other thing they also say is that even when they give us loans, the reason as to why, of course, we are charged, high prices, high percentage of interest, it's also because they believe that we are risky customers. But Africans are known to be the best payers of their debts in that regard. But the point is, we have to see then how we de-risk our investment in adaptation. We have to show business cases within adaptation. And if you ask the AFDB, African Development Bank, they will tell you that investing $1 for adaptation has been demonstrated actually to generate up to 5, I think 5, sometimes even more, times. So it is possible, but how do we ensure that we do our programming in a way that our adaptation projects also become, attractive. But most importantly, we must continue pushing and saying that we cannot just fund mitigation. Mitigation is not a big priority for us. It's important. But even when we're talking about mitigation, let me talk a little bit about this particular graph or map. Now, that map shows how different countries are receiving climate finance. I'm sure it's not very clear, but I'm going to point to you that what you see here is light purple, but forgive me because all men are kind of bright, so I'm not sure whether that is purple. Ladies, is this light purple or pink? Purple, very good, so I'm not lost. Now, from here to here, the light purple region shows mitigation or investment in mitigation. Now, what you see as dark purple is what goes to adaptation, and what you see here as very, very light purple are those projects that are both mitigation and adaptation. And this one justifies what we are saying, that across almost the entire continent, you realize that mitigation is really, really, really highly overrated, and that adaptation is receiving only a meager amount of resources. And now you understand why we need to step up our advocacy on more than doubling of adaptation finance. Let's move on, IT. Next slide. All right, great. Again, I'm not sure whether you can be able to read that from where you are, but I just want to adaptation complex in Africa, and just to say that if you want to know how much practically we are receiving in adaptation, everybody in Africa, how many are we in the continent? Wow, thank you so very much. Let's clap for him. Thank you so much. And remember, we said what is our average age in Africa? 19. So that's somebody who was not even joining college, or just joining college. The amount of money that is coming to the continent per person is about $5 per year. I don't know what you can be able to do with $5 per year. How many days are there in a year? Can you divide this 65? $5 with this 65. How many cents are those? Those must be mid-cents. Only $5 per person in the continent per year that is being received for adaptation. And we are saying adaptation is our priority. Don't you think there's a problem somewhere? Don't you think there's a challenge somewhere? Very good. Let's move on. This is not part of my presentation, but I know this message brings a lot of darkness. So the future seems to be very brink. The future seems to be very dull. But it's us to work around it and see how we can be able to do that. But it's only $5 per person per year. It's key. But then, even what is getting into agriculture is very, very, very minimal. And remember, 95% of our agriculture is actually rain-fed. The entire agriculture that we do all the way from Egypt to South Africa, it's 95% rain-fed. Yet we are saying that we are experiencing erratic rainfall patterns. So agriculture is therefore the most sensitive sector in Africa when it comes to climate change. And therefore investment in the same is important. But it's also good to note that 65% of the total arborad in the world, 65% is actually in Africa. 65% of uncultivated arborad is also in the continent. Meaning there's still huge potential in ensuring we also cultivate whatever we've not cultivated, to boost, economies and nutrition, for our people. But the investments in agriculture, investments in water, must not be seen as 100% support for adaptation. There are some very critical sectors that are seriously ignored, and one of them being health. And I think my sister Pauline was here, the other Caroline is here, and she mentioned this, I think, yesterday, that health is one of the sectors that is not being given attention. And I'll tell you what, there is a report that I think from the TFR that indicates that we are actually spending 5 times more on our health systems than we're spending on adaptation. now? Do I even started a program on the nexus between health and climate change, and it's gaining traction. It's very, very important to check on that because a lot of diseases we are getting to see nowadays can actually be attributed to climate change. And most importantly, mental health issues that people are experiencing as a result of a lot of poverty that is being orchestrated by climate change. People losing their livestock, people losing their livelihoods, a lot of mental health issues are actually associated with climate change. And there's scientific data to prove that. Look at bilharzia, look at cholera, look at even kwashiorkor, which comes from malnutrition. You know, all these diseases, they are actually emanating mostly from climate change, and therefore we must also ensure that we focus on that particular sector. Who should I point? Should I point here or there? All right. Thank you so much. Now, having mentioned that, think about also these facts. That even the retro that is coming to support adaptation, out of the total climate finance that was received by 2016, I know that could be fairly old data, but it still makes sense even today. Only about 10% of that money was actually prioritized for local actions. Remember we said our impact has to be felt at the grassroots, where that mother who has 6 children and struggling to feed the children is based. But only about 10% of this money goes to those communities. Where is the rest? It goes with the gatekeepers, right? It goes with the middlemen. You know, very high level programming from international, structures, international, institutions. And then only 10%, trickles down to the communities. Now, out of 17.4 billion between 2003 and 2016, it's only about 1.5 billion really that actually reached the grassroots. And you know what? Even when what went to the grassroots, the 1.5, the 10%, we still don't know how much was locally decided. There are programs, yes, they went to the communities, but how are the communities involved? How are the grassroots, involved? Were they involved in the design? Were they involved in even prioritization of the projects they needed? Were they involved in the actual implementation of the same? We still don't know. Most importantly, we don't know even how much was actually spent at that local level. The project could have been there, but did the money go back with the consultants, trying to do participatory analysis and all those kind of interesting studies that are done on the ground? The project may have been implemented there, yes, but where did the money go? We still don't know. So in actual sense, the amount of money that really benefits the communities would actually be much less than that 10%. And ladies and gentlemen, this is really what underpins the critical need to focus on the principles of localization and the principles of locally led climate actions. But what is localization, and how will we be able to tell that we have actually achieved localization? And that is a presentation I want to make now. How are you able to evaluate a project and say that for sure this one is locally led? This one is locally led and it's benefiting people at that level. There are different levels of localization. Different levels, and there are 5. And you'll be surprised that what you have been thinking is localization may not necessarily be localization. Now, number 1 is that very low level where there's no localization. And you know what characterizes a lack of localization? This is where by local actors may be beneficiaries. Note, the local actors are beneficiaries in this regard. But they are not systematically engaged in prioritization, in the design of those adaptation projects that are being implemented. So the fact that people are benefiting to some extent, the fact that those women have got some solar ramps on the ground as you go to check on what is happening on the ground, the fact that there is a small kitchen garden established by the communities and the women in that village, the fact there is a certain particular dam or a fish pond does not necessarily portray localization. So long as the communities who are not systematically engaged in prioritization, so long as they are not involved in designing that project, there is no localization, even though they are benefiting. Hallelujah. Are we together? Are we together? So don't see a project on the ground and because people are benefiting, you think that there's localization. There must be involvement in prioritization and also in the designing of those particular projects. What has been happening is that projects have been thrown here in Dreamliners and Boeing and Airbuses, designed somewhere with the mind of somebody who is not necessarily on the crowd, and they're actually printed on people, and we are there celebrating and reporting that we have a locally led climate action or locally led adaptation intervention. We must not assume that communities are actually tabula rasa. Tabula rasa, I think, is Greek, meaning empty slate. Communities are not empty slates. They are not plain piece of cloth like this or piece of paper that we can actually come and write. They come with the experiences. They come with their nuances. They come with whatever they feel is important for them, and we must consider that even as we do designing of adaptation program. Now, from that very low level of no localization, there is what we call limited localization. At least when you see local actors being systematically engaged in prioritization, in designing our adaptation project, then we have started making some headways. But even then, we are still on one of the lowest levels of localization. So they are there. We have involved them in planning. We are involving them in the designing. But what is important to note and I've highlighted is that they are participating in this as no equals. They are not equals. In other words, there's a patron. Are we together? There's a patron who is leading the process and a patron who is not from the local community. So he's there systematically engaging people in prioritization, but he is there presenting like what I'm presenting. I don't know. Anyway, I'm not getting into politics. I know Kenyans know what I mean. Our members of parliament sat and, they decided to host the deputy president, but there's a requirement. You have to do public participation. You know what they did? The public participation was conducted by members of parliament who had already declared they want to remove the deputy president. How can you be an examiner in your own exam? So they were there, they called people and asked people, the deputy president has done 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Can we remove them? Yes or no? And of course, they're the ones that were the returning officers at the same time. So what kind of public participation is that? Is that public participation? So equally, in this particular regard, we could say that we are ticking the box by engaging communities. But they are not equals on the table. Somebody else has a script and is reading the script for them. Are we together? So that is low localization or limited localization. But then we can move a notch higher and go to what we call partial localization. And in partial localization, local actors will participate as equals in prioritization and then design of the adaptation projects. At least in that regard, they come on the table. The project proponents are also on the table. And of course, there is equal level of negotiation and agreement in the design of the project. So at least in partial localization, we would say we are not bad real. We are somewhere in the middle. But that's not the highest that we can go. There's an opportunity where we can go to what we call high localization. High localization. In this case, we are going to have locals, engaged as equals. They'll design. They'll prioritize. They'll actually be able to participate as equal in that regard. But in this particular case, we are getting to see local actors having all that, but they have no agency over prioritization and the design, of the project. They have some level of ownership, and they have the agency in this. They are probably almost taking lead, but they are not there yet. They're almost taking lead, so they have the agency in prioritization. But we are saying the framing, the framing. Are we together? Can we say framing? The framing is happening somewhere else. They could even be left to do the prioritization, to do all that. So they are being seen to do to be the lead agency. There could even be a local organization that is actually, promoting this. But the framing is happening from somewhere else. Are we together? So if it was supposed to be an agricultural project, somebody may have developed the product framing, that we are going the GMO, for example. So the framing is somewhere. But you see now when it comes now to the actual now prioritization, you are being seen, not to read. You're being seen to take the read. But the actual think tank and the framing is somewhere else. Are we together? All right. However, we have an opportunity to go all the way, full length, whereby we have full localization. Can we say full localization? Very good. Just to check whether we are still together. Now, in that case, we have the local actors reading. So you have the agency. So you are reading in prioritization, in the design, and you are also reading in the framing. Hallelujah. You're also reading in the framing. So every step, even conceptualizing of this particular project, we are starting all the way, from where the communities are, and communities have full control. So that if you're asking for resources, we are only getting resources to implement what you people have already designed. Are we together? And that's how the GCF project was supposed to be. Countries and entities were supposed to sit, generate projects depending on your country level context, in your regional level context, and you decide and prioritize depending on the needs of the communities that you're working with. And then you request for resources. But not framing happening somewhere else, and that you are responding to a certain particular template. And if you look at most of the donor proposal templates, is the framing normally local or external? Is it normal, local or external? Yeah, because you're told there is this particular project, but you can only focus on 1, 2, 3, 4. You can only focus on youth, agriculture, and in agriculture you can only focus on advocacy on 1, 2, 3 things. So framing is happening somewhere. So you're trying to force yourself as you do your proposal to align with the donor requirements. Is that not the case? Is that not the case? That's how we find ourselves. And nowadays, sorry to say, and I'm not necessarily, bringing my bias here, we are not even being sort of almost forced to incorporate other issues that are not necessarily at the moment very big priority for the continent. When somebody introduces now issues of LGBTQ and the others, they are not necessarily very high level priority for the continent. Forgive my biases on this particular regard, but you realize sometimes, you're even being, told that you must also incorporate, some of those particular things. But that's just an example. I could be biased. So what I'm saying is, it's important to allow communities. It's important to allow the local actors to lead all the way from prioritization, from the design, conceptualization of the idea, so that as they implement it, they're implementing it as they own it. As it starts now, can you reflect on one adaptation project back in your country? Take just 30 seconds and reflect on that one local community project. Think about how it was probably crafted. Where was it framed? Okay, were the local actors reading in framing and in prioritization? Just think through. And you can make your decision whether that project is at the level of no localization or is at the level of full localization. Can you now be able to evaluate projects based on whether they're locally led? Can you be able to do so? All right, thank you so much. So let's move on and now look at the principles of localization. So what are the principles that we need to look out for? Next slide, IT. Oh, okay, all right. Thank you for reminding me. All right. Good, principles of localization. And like I mentioned, there was a lot of work that was done by World Resource Institute and International Institute for Environment and Development, IIED, and we were there as partners also in the crafting of those particular principles. Those of you who have been with us for long probably would recall or understand the process we went through to think about these particular principles. Now, principle number one, how do we want to ensure that we are localizing our climate interventions? Number one, I can see some of us are also praying. It's also good when you see people agreeing with you, then you know that. But I know it's because of what happened here yesterday. we also had an event in the evening. So please don't sleep. If you see your neighbor sleeping, just wake them up. So please wake your neighbors up. If you see your neighbor sleeping, you should be your brother's keeper. So devolution of decision making to the lowest level possible. So in any given project, decision making must be taken to the lowest level possible. And it's a decision on prioritization, decision on implementation, decision on monitoring and evaluation, all that must be seen to happen at the community level. I'm not being selfish, but for lack of a better example, I want you to mention about the pilot project, which is happening in Kenya, and which my colleague Peter Odeko described. FROCA, Financing Local-Led Climate Action. The way it was designed, because he also had an influence in how that happened, because he wanted it also to reflect the principles, is that the decisions about those particular projects are being made at the ward level. In Kenya, we have the national government, but we also have the county system of governance, and the counties are also divided into what we call sub-counties, but sub-counties are also divided into very low levels we call the ward level. The ward level is almost the village level. And within the ward level, the way the structure of that project is, and I know I don't want to repeat that, is that we have the ward committee. And those ward committees in all the wards are the ones that sit, they craft projects, and then they present the projects, and then the treasury, of course through the county, makes the money available. So projects are not designed at the national level, and there are about 500 projects that are in the pipeline. But projects are not being designed by the national government, because the national government may also not be able to localize interventions. They'll probably align projects depending on their interest, and most of the time political interest. So therefore, that planning is happening at that low level. So we must be able to involve the communities, and communities must be able to participate in a GCF. GCF was envisioned as a fund that would actually come and support adaptation needs of our communities. But again, it was supposed to be very simple in terms of access, and money that's also predictable, so that when you apply, it becomes very easy in terms of the requirements, the proposal requirements. The template should be very easy for people to apply. But the current situation is that many countries in the continent still have not had access to not even $1 from GCF. And most of those countries are the ones that are more needy. I know some countries that probably have been proactive in this, have got quite a number of projects. But the most vulnerable and those that need most have not even attracted a single dime. Why? Because they talk about bankable proposals, and their meaning of bankable proposal is something that is out of this world. So that getting to develop that bankable proposal becomes a very difficult task. It's like moving an elephant uphill. Yet it's supposed to be a fund that should be accessible to people. So what is the importance of that fund if it's available, but modalities of access becomes very complicated? And this is the war we have been having with GCF. And this year we have had quite a number of meetings with GCF. And last year, even during the Africa Climate Summit, we had a sitting with a new CEO of GCF. And we actually put her to task about access modalities for green climate funds, because it remains a problem, it remains a mirage. I remember there's one project we developed together with several counties in the country, and that must be about 6 years ago or so. Up to now, we have never received feedback. Now, think about those communities in Malawi affected by the floods. Their houses have been swept away. The guy is seated at the camp with the family, and then you wait for 4 years to get your feedback from GCF. Are you going to stay 4 years in the camp? What are you eating there? How are you even surviving? How are your kids going to school? Are we together? And these are some of the issues, advocacy issues, that we need to be keen about. That availability of resources is one thing. Creation of a fund is one thing. Now we are celebrating, we have a facility on loss and damage. But wait until they work on the architecture of access. You'll be very surprised at who will qualify for that money. They're going to put so many stringent measures, especially because the fund now, will also be hosted also by the bank in a way. that has also got a lot of issues. So it's important. Yes, actually, we have less than 10 minutes in terms of dealing with climate finance. I mean, issue. It's an urgent issue. We have less time. We have to keep on really making sure that we step up our advocacy. All right. So therefore, it's important to know that we need to have, accessible but also predictable finance so that we know upon application, then this funding is going to arrive at a certain particular time. It can be it's predictable. We can be able to tell when the money would be available. Let's move on. We can go to the next. Oh, sorry, I'm forgetting that I'm supposed to move the slides myself. I would rather somebody moves them for me. Now, Raki, you have to do it now because you are the young guy around here. All right, so those are two principles. I want to go quickly through the others in the next 10 minutes. Investing in local institutions and legacies. We are saying we have seen situations whereby we have patrons coming from the north. And these patrons are the ones who decide how projects will be implemented. And they want to bring their consultants all the time, whether you're preparing your NDCs, whether you're preparing your NAPs, whether it's about designing whichever kind of project. We are saying we must invest in local institution legacies. We must build our own organizations. And that is why Facture has been outstanding for a long time, because we refused influence from others. Nobody can actually write a script for us and tell us how to do climate justice advocacy in the continent. And we have had wars with institutions that have always wanted us to work under them. But how can you discuss climate without making reference to Africa? Who can better tell about the injustices than ourselves? Can somebody come from the north and tell us how the kind of injustice we're experiencing here? I mean, we know it. So we must be able to do our own level work of way of doing things. So our organization, our alliance is actually homegrown. It will remain homegrown, and we have refused influences from somewhere else. So equally, under this particular principle, we must make sure that we strengthen our local institutions, our community level institutions, those small organizations, those women groups, those youth groups. They must be empowered, to actually do their own programming without influence from somewhere else. And number 4, we must address structural inequalities. And in this case, we must strengthen local and excluded people's participation, and of course, sharpen their leadership skills. We must address development deficits and address issues of rights and power, and the issues of power dynamics, because you also understand within the community, there are power dynamics. There's a whole situation of patriarchy in communities, especially in Africa, where, of course, when you talk about programming, when you talk about designing community level projects, who are normally taking the front seat? It is the fathers, isn't it? It is the men. So you realize that even in those small women groups, the chairman will always be a man, but the treasurer, for some reason, the treasurers are always. But even when they are women, do they make decisions about how the money will be spent? They only carry the money, but the chairman says, hey, mother so and so, can you bring certain amount? You want to do 1, 2, 3 things. So you're only a carrier, you're just a bag carrier. You are just a bank. You are the ATM, but the one who actually presses the buttons in the ATM is somebody who is different. So you must address structural inequalities, and therefore you must also address gender issues when it comes to, at that level of operations. As we strengthen those local institutions, we must give power to the powerless. We must ensure even the indigenous local communities are very much involved, in the programming. Or sometimes there's also marginalization here, even within our very own countries. There's marginalization within different, gender. And we must make sure that we address power differences or power inequalities or power dynamics, within, institutions to ensure that we're able to implement proper local level adaptation. And number 5, okay, so the slides are delaying like the way climate finance delay, especially from GCF. It's a perfect example of what is happening in the continent. So it's a boring. All right, great. So number 5. Now, we have to build robust understanding of climate risks and certainties. I was looking at the hurricane that affected US the other day. But these guys knew the hurricane is coming. They knew the speed at which is coming. They even knew the exact time that that thing is going to hit California and those other states. They could predict that, at around in the next 2.5 hours, there will be a rainfall, the impact will be this much. Are we together? That level of precision. What happens in Africa? You go to the market today, by the time you're going back home, there's no home. It has been swept away. Are we together? So we must ensure that we're building robust understanding of climate risks, and we must also be able to, build our systems to be sure that we're able to predict, when some of these emergencies are likely to happen, so that we take care of our people. In Kenya, we have a woman, or an advert of this woman who has always been affected by floods in a region we call Budarangi every year. And every year, the media would come and record her as she shouts, Serikali's idea. That is Swahili, meaning government, come and save us. So every year, the media would go and record. Serikali's idea, and it became a viral clip. It's actually part of the skills that we normally have in our phones. So every year, it should actually be found, in the middle of the water, every single year. So how do we predict, where these eventualities are going to happen? How do we strengthen our capacities, to understand the risks and certainties? But most importantly, flexible programming. Flexible programming. Can we say flexible programming? Behind there, flexible programming. Wonderful. I can say we are together. Now, we must actually promote, what we call adaptive, management, but also recognize that sometimes projects can also fail. You can design a good project, it fails, or you get different other realities, and you want to change to a different way of doing things. But unfortunately, a lot of donor money that you get, how much of flexibility do you normally have? How flexible are the donor monies that you get? There's very limited flexibility, isn't it? If you're supposed to address, the women and girls issues, to ensure girls are able to attend school, and something happens and there's a very big drought and you have to feed people, and you wait for the donors and you tell the donors, you know what, now there's another big priority. The priority is not about the girls and the sanitary towels now. I don't mean to use that particular example with all due respect. And now people are dying. So what becomes now the priority? Do you think donors will allow you to change? Are many of them willing to change? It's not the case. And even projects from GCF and so on and so forth. So we are saying we need to see a lot of flexibility so that when there are issues that are happening within the community and there are changes that we need to adapt to, we must be around. We must be that flexible. Maybe the priority was about water, for example. There was scarcity of water. And then all of a sudden, there's a disease that emerges, like bilharzia, and we have now to address now this health concern within the context of climate change. So are we going to be allowed to stop maybe water distribution and maybe focus on this? That flexibility is what we're talking about. That any program that is locally run should actually be flexible enough, because climate change is so unpredictable, climate change is so dynamic, climate change, as the word suggests, keeps on changing, and therefore the manifestation will be different, and therefore the needs will be different at different times. Are we together? Very good. Number 7. All right, number 7 is no thank you. Number 7 is actually radical transparency and accountability. Radical accountability and transparency. One of the qualities of climate finance is that climate funds should also be as transparent as possible. Now, one of the biggest problems we are struggling with in climate change reporting is that we are getting to see a lot of rise, a lot of opaque figures. Can you imagine today somebody can tell you that out of the 100 billion target that we were promised per year since 2009, there are people who believe that that is met. And they'll give you figures to tell you that was actually met. Now, when countries are reporting their climate finance, we have data that is showing that some countries actually end up reporting some crazy project. Like there's one donor who supported a coal plant. Can you imagine a coal plant? And they reported it as climate finance. But in actual sense, actually working on something opposite of what we're focusing on. There is a company, there's a donor country that actually supported an airport in a given country, and they accounted that for climate finance. Can we say shame on them? There's a country that actually facilitated the building of a confectionery factory, sweets and chocolates, and they called it climate finance money. These things are there, the data is there, these are realities we're experiencing, and therefore there is so much lack of transparency and accountability when it comes to reporting on climate finance. And even at country level, you'll be surprised at how much, of course, is committed to climate change or is actually indicated as resources going to climate change, even at country level. And that money really is never seen, or it doesn't see the light of the day. So therefore, we have to see radical transparency and accountability as a principle of localization. And number 8, so that I sit down, we need to see coordinated actions and investments. Say coordinated actions and investments. Very good, because we are getting to see a lot of silo mentality in the way climate change programming is happening. So that you go to your village, there is a donor who is facilitating water access. So they come and work 1 year. Before they finish, another one comes and claims to repeat the same project. Before the end of the day, the government comes with some more resources from somewhere else. They're still doing the same thing. And therefore, you end up seeing multiple reports of one project. Are we together? But money is spent. And we just see, like in Kenya now, there is one young activist who is actually going around the country, and he's actually reporting on white elephant projects. You know, projects that were cleared and everything was dusted, and for example, a road construction somewhere, and they're receiving a big billboard. So this road is facilitated by the Kenyan government, and so on and so forth. And eventually you realize there's no road passing through that particular area. So equally, with the climate finances, we have seen a lot of duplication. And therefore, we need to see a lot of coordinated efforts from the funders, whether it is donors, whether it's governments that are implementing this particular project. So we need to see a lot of coordination. Even at country level, like where I am, or where we work, or where I come from, we have the national government and county governments, like I mentioned. But sometimes, you realize that what the national government is focusing on is also reported by the counties. We suppose a school, you realize the national government construct a school somewhere, but the county also want to account that they also contributed to the development of that particular project. In other words, we must avoid duplication, we must avoid silo mentality, you know, in terms of how we're implementing our projects. So those are the 8 principles that we've been thinking about, and that countries are signing to, that organizations are also signing to, and I don't know whether you can relate to any of them or whether they make sense. Do they make sense to you? All right. If they make sense to you, then I want to thank you and sit down. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Charles, for taking us through this very important 8 principles of locally led adaptation. I'm aware that the hall would have a lot of questions, because I want to believe we see where we also fit in as YAF champions, as young people who will take the baton to call for more than doubling of adaptation finance. And I think I also really fell in love with the levels of, let me check my notes, because I also took note. I fell in love with the levels of localization. And I want to believe that we would have a couple of questions. Just around June, July this year, my team visited a community. Just to put it in context, Cross River State, where I'm from, still hosts the largest rainforest in West Africa. And we have some very prized biodiversity species that are almost going to extinction. So we visited to have a community engagement, understand their roles in preserving some of this biodiversity gold that we have. And something struck while we're having an assessment with them. They said a lot of NGOs come, they talk to them, then they go back, collect funding, and never return. So you would see where this level of localization comes in. where you have, is it full localization, partial localization, half localization? This further gives an understanding. So we're just going to go straight to questions. If you have a question, please, can I see your hand? We could do 5. Mr. Charles is going to sit and take questions. The ladies are not asking questions. Is it a okay. Yes, we're going to be snappy. So I'll start with from the front. You're 1, 2. Please, you go straight to the question. Don't explain. We already understand what has been presented. So straight to your question. 1 minute. 1, 2. My brother from Malawi. 3, 4, 5. Ezekiel 6, 7, 8. Shakri will end it 9. So number 1, please go ahead.
Okay, thank you very much. I think like Mr. Charles said, please, this is not on.
Yes, it's on.
Is it on?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, thank you. Yeah,
just move closer to the mic.
Yeah, he said something. I think I believe as we're in the same room asking for a double, we also have the polluters. They are also there negotiating, telling themselves that they're not going to give us a double. I want to ask Mr. Charles, most of the times when they want to give us the finance, it comes with strings attached. And I believe he talked about things like GBTQ and stuff like that. Yeah, and those are some of the strings that comes attached with some of those fundings. I wish to understand what dynamics or how can we change the dynamics of the negotiations and what has worked for PACJA so far when it comes to fundraising. Also, I want to understand how young people can get engaged in what PACJA is doing right now to make it more inclusive. Thank you.
Number 2, I hope Mr. Charles got that. Yes, number 2.
Bonjour. Merci, Monsieur Mwangi, pour votre présentation. Ma question porte sur le tableau que vous avez. Sur le tableau. Oui, sur le tableau sur les financements liés à l'atténuation, disponibles pour l'atténuation. Sur le tableau que vous avez proposé sur l'atténuation et l'adaptation et la disponibilité des financements, la différence entre l'accès au financement dans l'atténuation et l'adaptation en Afrique. Est-ce que l'une des raisons ne serait pas le fait que, au niveau des pays du Nord, les entreprises, le secteur privé est plus impliqué dans l'investissement, dans l'atténuation chez eux. Et chez nous, on a un faible niveau d'intégration du secteur privé. Ce qui fait que les fonds disponibles pour l'adaptation ne viennent pas, est difficilement transféré du niveau international au niveau local en Afrique. Parce que les financements internationaux aussi sont liés à la responsabilité des entreprises et parfois les États financent le changement, l'adaptation au changement climatique à partir des ressources qu'elles ont et ça provient généralement parfois des entreprises privées. Est-ce que le problème en Afrique n'est pas le manque de responsabilité des entreprises? Merci.
Merci. I believe you got that, Mr. Charles. So number 3, yes, Malawi.
Thank you so much for the opportunity. For me, I would like to understand, looking at the challenges that we Africans are facing to access climate funds for local aid adaptations. Is there any proper coordination and collaboration among African negotiators at COP to address these challenges? Thank you.
Okay, let's go ahead.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Charles, for that insightful presentation. And my question has to do with the NDC and the NAP. So if you look at countries NDC, especially in Africa, you have more of their programs going towards mitigation projects. So like my NDC, the percentage of funders for mitigation is higher than adaptation. And also showing the map that was presented by you show the disparity between funds that are coming in that are related to NDC and the NAP. Why is it that African countries are creating or crafting projects that are mitigation driven than adaptation? Because it shows if we are saying that Africa priority is adaptation, why is it that we have more projects running in Africa that are mitigation, and those projects are not driven, are not crafted by GCF, they are crafted by African government? So I'm confused. I'm confused if we are saying that we need adaptation funders more than double, and then we are crafting projects that are mitigation driven.
Thank you, Ezekiel. So I'll move to this. We have any hands here? So okay.
Can I
one
start?
person from the table. Sorry? Yes,
Can I go ahead? Okay, thank you, Mr. Charles, for the insightful presentation. I can fully agree with you that the 8 principles of localization is also applicable to my country, Namibia. My question is here that if, for example, the wards are responsible for, the ward committee is responsible for the design, prioritization, and implementation of a program, and at the same time, they are the one responsible for monitoring and evaluation. Is it not going to create a conflict of interest whereby they implement the program or the project, and they are the very same committee to monitor it and evaluate it? Thank you.
Thank you. I want to believe Mr. Charles got that as well. I know that one of the principles is talked about addressing inequalities and by extension promote gender equality. I'm not seeing the ladies. Looks like adaptation affects men alone. So can we have? Okay, yes, please. Thank you.
Okay.
Let's get to that.
Okay, good morning. My name is Sowa Immaculate. We've been talking about adaptation finance, and we've been talking how it is difficult to access it. I remember the first day there were some ambassadors here, and I think those are decision makers. I don't know if these NGO leaders like PACJA, they always get to them to tell them the difficulties, the challenges that we have in accessing their finance. Even during little conferences like this, it must not necessarily be at COP, but just the fact that they were here with them, they easily get in contact with them. So I wanted to find out if, apart from COP and the other international conferences, they are able to tell them that these are the challenges that we have in accessing your finance. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll end with Chakri.
Thank you very much.
Someone
thank you very much.
Please go ahead. Go ahead.
Yeah. I just want that Mr. Charles should throw highlight on this perspective. I follow a course at the University of Cambridge, and one of the professors works at Green Climate Fund, and she made a statement that one of the reasons why the fundings are not accessible is because a lot of multinational companies and banks made the pledges.
Une chose que Charles vient de dire, une grande partie, ce qu'il a dit Charles, oui, c'est vrai, il y a une certaine injustice dans cet aspect surtout de financement de l'adaptation. Mais je vais voir l'autre côté, le côté de la victimisation, que si je reprends un peu les paroles de Séné, ce ne sont pas une position. Parce que si maintenant il y a des choses qui arrivent en Afrique, une grande partie, c'est de notre faute comme Africains. Et je veux dire un exemple concret. Parce que si on n'a pas de projet, on fait partie des projets des autres. C'est normal. Parce que même si on demande, par exemple, à ces jeunes ou à la société civile, est-ce que vous avez des idées dans le cadre de la participation citoyenne? Parfois, on est confronté à une absence d'idées claires de projet. C'est pourquoi aujourd'hui, cette rencontre elle est importante. Pourquoi elle est importante? Parce que l'Afrique a besoin des données sur l'adaptation. Si aujourd'hui on veut financer des projets de pays sur l'adaptation, quelles sont nos données, nous comme pays? Je m'arrête dans une petite expérience que nous avons faite au Maroc. Il y a 11 projets qui ont été financés par le Fonds vert au climat au Maroc. Parce qu'il y a une certaine dynamique, et parmi cette dynamique, il y a la dynamique de la société civile. Et personnellement, j'ai fait le suivi de 2 projets. Et j'étais allé au terrain. Et j'ai vu les difficultés des gens. Et j'ai fait un rapport comme association. Et je l'ai remonté au GCF, au Fonds vert climat. Et croyez-moi, le porteur de projet a été questionné sur ces questions. C'est pourquoi aujourd'hui, ce qu'on doit faire comme jeunes, c'est de chercher certaines informations. Il y a des instruments que nous ne connaissons pas, des instruments de suivi, de transparence. GCF a exigé aux porteurs de projets, que ce soit étranger, que ce soit local, de faire participer la population locale. Mais le fait que même la population locale, la société civile, n'est pas au courant, c'est normal qu'on ne fait pas cette carte et qu'on n'exerce pas cette carte de plaidoyer. C'est pourquoi aujourd'hui, je demande aux jeunes, aux associations, de chercher certains mécanismes, d'aller vers un peu les institutions pour plaider et pour ne pas rester comme ça, comme victime. Et la victimisation n'est pas une position. Et merci.
Thank you, Shakri. That was more of a comment, an encouragement, and input as well. I think that is well noted. If Mr. Charles has further reaction, he would also speak to that. Thank you for the questions. I'm just going to round up with Prof, who also has a 1-minute question.
Okay, thank you very much. Mr. Charles, I want to make a suggestion and at the same time ask a question. I personally always think that climate finance is so difficult to get because in Africa we are always begging or asking for money. Money is a medium of exchange, it's a medium of investment. And if you bring it out like something you want to do investment on, people who have promised to give us the money, they will come very fast, I'm very sure. We have project pools. Like yesterday I said, the European Union is looking at the Sahara to collect solar energy to light up all of Europe. Other people are looking at the Congo Basin for hydropower that can electrify all of Africa. Just like people also want rewatering of the Lake Chad, which will affect about 8 nations that are benefiting from it. Is it not possible for PACJA to try to put these people in a group? It is so difficult for African countries to act together, very, very difficult. People have their own priorities. And they have, perhaps PACJA is the only neutral body with all these people from various countries and backgrounds that you could gather and say, okay, this year, let us think of an investment project in the Sahara Desert where the people who have the funding can come and do some investment and expect some returns in the long run. We are going to benefit by having the energy project. We are going to benefit by having energy that is a little bit cheap. We will have a lot of development in Africa. Perhaps if we do that year in, year out, we will succeed. To me, the pledges that are done in the various COPs maybe are just to animate the sessions, because when they leave there, I mean, even there are some clauses that somebody said are put in, some of the clauses that are put in that you are not obliged to pay. And if you don't read between the lines, you see. So I want to ask you, can PACJA facilitate such a thing? Look at rewatering of the Lake Chad basin, Look at a giant project which will mean convening the countries like Cameroon, Central African Republic, Congo, and Gabon, the people around that place to accept to come to a pool and get finances which can come in form of investment, not really begging. Perhaps if we say that, we'll see the funds coming. Thank you.
Thank you, Prof, for that. We have actually given Charles a lot of questions with such limited time. Permit me to also add one, Charles, to your list. I do have one as well. Given that the 29th session is just a few days from now, I also would want you to react to a few recommendations of what you think the road to COP29 should look like, especially in terms of adaptation communication. A couple of countries I know on the African continent do have the adaptation communication, and now we are seeing conversations around more than doubling of adaptation, which means there's a need to update a couple of those communications that we might have as African countries. What do you think would be the best way to go about that? And more specifically, with African priorities, where do you see young people in this hall fit in terms of those communications? Thank you.
My goodness, this is very, very, very hot. Allow me to wipe my sweat. I'm on a hot seat. Thank you so much for your questions, and I think they are very, very, very good questions. I'll try to answer them very, very, very quickly. The first question was about fundraising, and somebody wanted to know basically then how do we ensure we attract funds, and he basically wanted to know whether there are some examples we can share, on how we do this at PACJA. But let me begin by saying, PACJA only acts as a catalyst. In fact, we are only a convener of dialogues. And a convener of dialogues in the sense that we bring together think tanks, we bring together, policy makers within the continent, institutions that are mandated to, really implement, climate change strategies and policies within the continent. And that's why we work with Pan-African Parliament very, very closely, the Africa Union Commission, the United Nations Economic Commission for Africa, and the Africa Development Bank, and especially within the Climate Initiative, where we work on climate change and development for Africa. And again, at country level, of course, bringing together actors within country level, the governments, both at national level and at subnational jurisdiction, and prayers at that level. Ours is to convene dialogues. And therefore, even as we've addressed basically to do that. There is only so much you can be able to do. We may not necessarily be into the implementation itself, but ours is to catalyze, action, is to bring together these particular partners, for us to reason together. And that one is also answering the question that Professor Tanka is actually asking. How can we be able to bring together actors and think about tangible programs and how we can be able to roll that really on the ground. And this we have been trying to do in various, levels. Right now, we're really discussing a model law on climate with the Pan-African Parliament, which is then going to be domesticated within the various countries, and that is one way of influencing. But in terms of tangible action on the ground, if I may just go back to that example of FROCA program in the country, we were really, really behind it as PACJA. in terms of pushing for, implementation of that particular kind of a program. But the money did not come to us. It was not even supposed to come to us. But we worked together with the Kenyan government and other players, World Bank and the others, and now there is a fund, that is actually supporting. So these are things that we continue doing in terms of bringing like-minded people together, establishing think tanks, really that can be able to bring the change that we need to do. But in terms of fundraising, I want to say this. If you embark on a journey looking for money, you've started on the wrong footing. Money follows ideas. Are we together? Idea comes first, and then money follows. If you step out of your door and embark on your journey towards looking for money, it will never come. And therefore, what we do as an alliance, we work through a strategy. We have our 5-year strategy, for example. It is clear on the direction that we want to move. And through that particular strategy, we ask donors to see whether there are areas that can be able to fund. And lucky enough, we have those that believe in us, those who believe in our strategy, and they're able to fund us in that particular direction. But we don't wait for donors to come and tell us, move this direction. In fact, sometimes we even refuse some money. If the money is not taking us in the direction we want to move, if it is not necessarily aligned with the strategy that we have. So don't be donor-driven, be idea-driven, and then money will follow the idea, as you move. The other one was on the youth engagement. How then do we ensure that we engage young people within the continent? I want to say what is happening now in this room is a perfect example of what we are doing in terms of building capacity and sharpening the skills of our young people. I mentioned about the Nairobi Summer School on Climate Justice. For those of you who have never been to that particular program, you can apply next year. And I should also say, we operate through national platforms. And those national platforms are in 52 countries, including Cameroon, where we are. And for you then to benefit with some of the other youth programs we have at country level, it's important that we also link you with our country coordinators. And I want to ask Sylvia to start up where you are. Sylvia can actually be able to connect you again with our coordinator for the designated national platforms. She's called Mercy. So maybe she's going to take your list. And with your permission, she'll be able to connect you with the coordinators in your countries. So that when you go back, then you have a platform where you can be able to roll, where you can be able to play your, your active role, where you can be able to contribute to, in terms of youth, agenda within your country, because a lot of it is also happening at that level. Of course, we try as much as possible to support our young people in various fora. At COP, I know we have a team of more than 20 young people. In Egypt, I think we had about 100 young people whom we sponsored for COP and all that when there are resources. So we, as much as possible, try to expose our young people also to some of this international discourse to ensure that they gain, in terms of interaction in those particular spaces. Not only do so much, but even as private sector engage, we must make sure that public resources are committed for adaptation first and foremost. But again, the issues of also in our NDCs, we are saying they are also so much mitigation centric. We are focusing so much on NDCs that are mitigation centric in our countries. I mentioned at the beginning, I'm not sure whether we own our NDCs. I said most of them were developed by consultants. I don't know whether there's any country that can raise their hand and say ours was done, it was homegrown. There could be a few, but in actual sense, there was a lot of heavy support, from the north. In other words, I'm not sure whether we are very clear of what our NDCs look like. And therefore, you have another opportunity next year as we revise them. We have an opportunity to prioritize adaptation in our nationally determined contributions. We have an opportunity to do so. As it stands, I do agree with you. A lot of the actions proposed in most of the NDCs is actually mitigation centric. But again, we must focus on ensuring that adaptation is focusing there and ensure that we are taking lead. We are taking lead in programming, in prioritization. Remember the principles? Those must also be applied even as we revise our NDCs. And then there's also this issue of issues of access of resources from GCF, and connected with this, there's a sister who said that she's attending a course somewhere, and there's one professor who sits at GCF, and she indicates that GCF is struggling because people commit money, but they are not releasing that money. That is very true. GCF ought to have received a lot of funding. I think, and I need to check again, by about last year, they had only attracted about 13 or so billion, US dollars. It's a very small amount of money. That may have changed by now. But the reality of the matter is, countries also send money to GCF on voluntary basis. This climate finance issue has been done on voluntary basis for a long time. And even as we celebrate the loss and damage facility, the mode of capitalizing that fund is also very much voluntary. When we left Dubai last year, celebrating the the operationalization of the fund, we only had about 700 million committed. But think about, and I want to mention US, 2 months down the line, they committed 95 billion US dollars, approved by Senate and Congress, to support war in Israel, to support war in Taiwan, to support war in Ukraine. One country, 95 billion. A whole 204 countries, only 700 million for loss and damage. Don't you think we have inverted priorities? We have inverted priorities. I mean, our priorities are upside down. And let nobody tell you there's no money. If 95 billion is available in one sitting by Senate to finance war in 3 countries, there should be enough to finance climate change. But it is true. Governments commit, but they don't limit. But even what they put in that GCF, accessing it, like I mentioned, is so difficult. And one thing I also didn't say, we are getting to see a lot of that money also coming in form of loans. Now, how do you do business with the poor? Now, loans shall never be termed as climate finance. That has been our position as PACJA. Because if you borrow money from me and you're going to pay me back, should I take pride that I've supported you in any way? No, I'm doing business with you. Doesn't matter whether it's concession or loan or not. So what you're saying is that that money, as it comes, they should be able to release it in form of grants and not in form of loans per se. Like I said, our countries are sinking deep in loans. And of course, I answered the question of NDCs and how we need to prioritize adaptation in the next edition of the NDCs. And then, of course, somebody did ask whether, apart from COP, do we have any other fora where we're able to probably address GCF? I want to say this, we sit in the GCF board as observers. So we are always represented in SOGDO, in the meetings that do happen there, or in those other countries where GCF meets. But of course, we try to influence in our capacity as observers. Probably should get another status maybe as we continue pushing. But most importantly, like I mentioned, there are so many fora through which we address GCF. Those of you who follow us, remember we had a sitting with some of the GCF officials during the Africa Regional Forum on Sustainable Development in Addis. And that was around the month of April in Addis. So we had a sitting with them and we raised these issues. And later, we were able to do a statement. It's actually online, challenging GCF on some of these particular measures they have, and especially on the issues of access. And I said last year, during the Africa Climate Summit, we also sat with the new CEO of GCF. And yesterday, the day before yesterday, you were here with the new chair of GCF. So there are all these fora which we try to utilize in terms of influencing, in terms of talking to these critical stakeholders. And then the question on the last question, actually, basically, because I believe I've touched on the others, what are some of our key focus areas as we go to COP? I should tell you, if that has not been mentioned, this year in Baku, the COP29 presidency has already, proclaimed this COP as a COP of climate finance. And therefore, our key point of focus as we go to COP is on what we call NCQG. You might have heard that for those of you who may be new to the climate space. New, collective, quantified, finance, goal. Because the 100 billion goal was never met. It was not even based on anything. It was just a political figure. Obama went in Copenhagen with other leaders and influenced other leaders to actually come up with a figure, 100 billion. But it was not based on the needs. It was not based on any scientific, sort of, basis. But again, it was just a political figure. And the money was not really availed. So we are saying now we are developing a new goal, which is new, which is collective. We work on it together, which is quantified, and meaning that it has to be informed by the needs on the ground. And the Africa group of negotiators has already determined the quantum that we want to see. And the quantum is 1.3 trillion US dollars. That is what we need. And that's what we are taking to Baku. And we must continue pushing for that. And a lot of that, therefore, must go to adaptation like we sent. So that is key. It's important to note that. But remember, for us to even implement our NDCs, we need about 3 trillion US dollars. So even 1.5 that we're talking about is just a conservative figure that we're looking forward to getting in that particular regard. But we continue pushing for consideration of Africa as a region with special needs and circumstances. This is one agenda that we have pushed through. It has never made it to the list of agenda at COP. In any case, it has only been negotiated as an informal text or informal consultation, which does not make any sense at COP. And why? Because we have been pushing for this because Africa is already experiencing serious impact of climate change, and some regions in Africa are already warming beyond the 1.3 degree mark. And therefore, if you look at the convention, Article 4, it is clear that Africa is a region that somehow has got special needs and circumstances. We have been pushing for that as a matter of principle. It has never been granted. It is one thing that we must continue pushing. But now, we have something else that we call the new goal on adaptation, or adaptation goal, because we've never had an adaptation goal, the global goal for adaptation, and I'm sure you're familiar with that. That has been a big area of conversation, and at COP, we are looking forward to conclusion of what we call the indicators, on the global goal for adaptation. It's important that reflects important sectors, like health, like agriculture, like water, so that then we are sure that we actually covered within the new goal. But most importantly, the means of implementation for the goal. Even if we have the goal and we don't have the means of implementation, we are doomed. But that's becoming a very controversial topic. And the means of implementation means resources, which means funds, which means capacity building, which means technology. All that must also be embedded to this particular goal. Otherwise, it will just going to be another shell, that does not make a lot of, sense, to this particular continent. Allow me.
Thank you very much, Mr. Charles, for taking this few minutes to respond to the very many questions that the audience have directed towards you. So we'll be stopping this session here. Please give a round of applause once more to Mr. Charles as he takes his seat. So we've heard principles of locally led adaptation. We have heard of global climate change dialogue. I'm not sure if we've heard of local climate change dialogue, which is one of the things that the LLA needs to do, opportunities for young people to engage. I've even heard about LCOI, Local Conference of Youth. But when you see LCOI, it also doesn't happen at the local level. Most times you look for very beautiful venues and halls in cities. It's high time, an opportunity to have local communities champion this conversation. Without wasting time, permit me to welcome to the podium my colleague, Mary, who will be taking us further. A round of applause for Mary. She was the only one that did not catwalk last night. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Lucky, and good morning to you all. I hope we had a good night rest from yesterday's activities. And I would like to thank Charles too for his brilliant presentation. I wasn't quite following, but I could see the enthusiasm in the hall. So we're going to have a panel session now, and I'm going to call on my panelists. I hope they are here and they're ready. Once more, good morning to you all and welcome to this session on the strategies for youth engagement in climate advocacy, opportunities for youth to influence climate finance decisions at international forums. Again, my name is Orish Mary. I'm a project associate at African Coalition for Sustainable Energy and Access, and I'm an energy expert. I'm going to call an ex-team panel, starting with Mr. Idris Adum Idris. Please come up. He's the African Coordinator of Youth Network for Climate and Head of Advocacy and Mobilization for YAF Africa. and is the national coordinator of YAF in Chad. Second, I'm going to call Ms. Kenyu Mariant. Kenyu Mariant is a visionary agriculture expert and entrepreneur, renowned for the groundbreaking work in greenhouse technology and her unwavering commitment to empowering young farmers in Cameroon. She is the CEO of Ideal Farmers, as she has revolutionized the agricultural landscape for designing 3 innovative greenhouse structures perfectly adapted for Cameroon's unique climate. I'm going to call Miss Chinyenye. She has over 10 years progressive experience in social development with a focus on last mile off-grid energy access, climate change activism, business development, entrepreneurship, and women empowerment, as well as gender mainstreaming. Her work spans across policy advocacy, capacity building, facilitating access to finance and ICT for clean energy entrepreneurs in the last mile. I'm going to call Mr. Lucky Abeng, who is a youth climate leader with over 5 years of solid work in promoting youth climate investment. Lucky's work spans across supporting national climate framework, ensuring they are youth responsive. Lucky has held a position at the Commonwealth Youth Program Department of the Commonwealth Secretariat and served as program lead for the Commonwealth Youth Forum. He is also an alumni of the Nairobi Summer School on Climate Justice Cohort 1. And Lucky will be sharing best practices that promote youth engagement in climate engagement. Lastly, I'm going to call Ms. Fatoumata Diallo. Elle est présidente de l'Association écologique pour le développement durable par ailleurs, président à Axia et Pakja Burkina et jeune ambassadeur de YAF. Elle est passionnée par les questions du changement climatique et reste convaincue que les jeunes peuvent y jouer un rôle important. And she's the national coordinator of YAF Burkina Faso. Please, a round of applause for her as she comes up to the podium. Thank you. Over the next minutes, we'll delve into opportunities and challenges facing advocates and explore concrete solutions to enhance their influence on climate finance decisions. So my first question to my panelists is this. Can you share your experience working in climate advocacy, particularly engaging the youth? Anyone who has the mic, please, you can just start. Ms. Chinyenye, the mic is in front of you. Just go ahead.
Okay, thank you very much for that question. So my experience engaging the youth in climate change advocacy, my work over the years have actually spanned around working with young women particularly. So in the communities where we work, we basically ensure that when we are designing our interventions in the communities where we work, my work is particularly focused on clean energy access for the last mile. So when we design like clean cook stove solutions, when we design like solar home system solutions or any other form of lighting solutions, we ensure that the young girls and the young women in the community are fully engaged from the design. I was sharing with someone yesterday that there are days I had to sleep in those communities and there are mud houses because I have to pass the night and they just give me mats to just sleep on the floor and the entire mosquito in the village will feast on you. But I mean, those are the sacrifices that made it that when these solutions, they come out, the community, they are able to adapt it. Maybe someone may be saying, Chineye, why women and female? We know that climate change and energy access is highly gendered. So anything that we are doing in that space, the women that are mostly affected, the young girls that are mostly affected are key stakeholders when we are designing this solution. So I'll just pause here for now and then hand it over to Lucky. Yeah?
Thank you, Chineye. Good morning once again, colleagues and YAF champion. And thank you, Mary, for the question. I think it's an important question, experiences working around climate advocacy, especially with young people. So my engagement started in 2020, around COVID. We've seen young people building movements even before COVID and really pushing engagement around the Sustainable Development Goals, the SDGs. However, I got into the climate space with a program called Sustaining Advocacy amidst the pandemic. It was a project supported by the Pan-African Climate Justice Alliance to support young people to ensure that we sustain advocacy, even with the limitations we're seeing, the precautions with COVID. So by 2021, I had less than 30 followers on Twitter. And then we needed to ensure that our engagement were really meaningful. Between 2021, having engagement with young people, understanding how to even use social media, how to pass clear messages. That was how I got into the advocacy arena and then became a climate activist. So identifying critical conversations, how COVID is also affecting physical advocacy, promoting climate justice by young people. And I think the experience so far has really been amazing. I've seen very good outcome, ranging from increasing my profile, followers on Twitter, on Facebook. I'm beginning to learn how to use LinkedIn as some of those tools to improve advocacy. However, I think what I've experienced in the last 4 years working with young people, because I did migrate from that particular engagement to also assuming a role at the Commonwealth Youth Program, where I also had to coordinate meaningful youth engagement with young people from 56 Commonwealth countries. Of course, difficult because sometimes you might also, young people call for a space at the table, but also when they get to the table, they find it difficult as well to know what to contribute at the table, right? So we began the process of having very constructive engagement with young people. And the first important outcome I got with my climate advocacy after having passed through as well, of course, the summer school, we were the first cohort in 2021 as well. Very rigorous engagement where for the first time I got exposed to understanding global climate change conversation. That was where I got to know what the Global South or the Global North were all about and who are Annex 1 countries. But then my climate advocacy with young people took me to also coordinate one of the biggest events I think I've had as well as a young person, being the program's lead for the Commonwealth Head of State and Government meeting, CHOGOM, in 2022 in Kigali. We also saw from that engagement, one of the proud moments was also coming out with, for those within the Commonwealth countries, we now have within the Commonwealth what we call the Year of the Youth, a year that we started last year and also moved to 2024. These are some of the engagement I've had and some of the very fruitful success I can point to that climate advocacy and also working with young people. We are beginning to see, because before the advocacy, we had lots of fragmented voices, which really, really affected youth making their point. But now, I'm proud because if you go on social media, most youth you would see on their profile, climate activists, right? This is because we are beginning to now have unified voices. We have a long way to go, but there are progress we can count now that advocacy is really working. We have a lot of young people who now want to be climate activists, and I think with conversations and platforms like YAF that we also have the Nairobi Summer School. We now see African youth now having unified voice, pushing an agenda that also puts Africa's priorities at the global stage. But we must also remember that while we have global climate conversations, while we make climate change a global conversations, those who really feel the impact are frontline communities. And we have a whole lot of roles as young people to play, increase advocacy, activism, and I hope we can get more results. So I'll stop here and allow my other colleagues as well to take the floor of their experiences working with young people.
Thank you very much, Lucky. Mr. Idris or Miss Marians, you want to go? Thank you, Mary, for this opportunity to share my experience with working with youth. Personally, I'm a farmer, so my focus is on youth in the agricultural sector. And from my experience, I've been able to work with a good number of youths. I started a program, it's called the Ideal Farmers Youth Recognition Award. This, I came to realize that agriculture plays a major role when we're talking about climate change. And when we look at the agricultural sector, we see it's made up mostly of the old, the uneducated, but the landscape is fast changing. So we need new faces, we need new actors who will be able to adapt to sustainable agriculture. You cannot carry sustainable agriculture to go and teach the old mummies in the villages that are so adamant to change. You need people, you need young people who are willing to accept new strategies. So I came up with this idea of IFURA, which is to acknowledge young farmers, set a platform whereby we recognize already existing farmers. Because if you want to pull people into a space, you need to make them see value in those who are already there. And farmers have never really been proud to stand and say, I am a farmer. Because when you look at the country, we don't have events that are specific for farmers, that are specific to showcase the young people doing amazing work in the agricultural sector. We started this last year in 2023. We did the first edition. In the first edition, we had nominees from just three countries. That was Cameroon, Nigeria, and Ghana. We had the second edition this year. We had nominees from 7 countries across Africa. And we had a major turnout at the event. And from the events I've seen, after the award, I saw young people being proud. They were sharing it on social media. They shared the award. There was a man who received the award, a young person, sorry, who received the award. And on stage, he cried. He was like, since he started doing agriculture, no one has ever recognized his activities. He did not even know that because of agriculture, he could reach this particular platform. And then because of that, so many people turn to respect already existing farmers. And this has gone a long way to influence other young people to join the agricultural sector. Yeah, so far that's my experience with working with young people and sustainable agriculture. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Ms. Kenyu Mariant. Mr. Idris.
Thank you very much. If you allow me, I can speak in French. Merci beaucoup. Bonjour à tous. Tout d'abord, je tiens à... C'est bon? D'accord. Merci beaucoup. Tout d'abord, je tiens à remercier la salle. Je tiens à remercier tous les ambassadeurs ici présents avec nous aujourd'hui et pendant les 3 jours que nous passons ensemble. Concernant mes expériences que moi j'ai eues avec les jeunes sur le terrain, ce sont des expériences qui sont très passionnantes. D'une manière ou d'une autre, certaines expériences répondent directement sur ma personne. Quand je dis ma personne, c'est relatif à l'accès à l'électricité et l'accès au fonds d'adaptation pour les jeunes. Cela a commencé il y a de cela quelques années. Nous étions dans les différentes organisations, dans les différentes recherches de financement des projets, ainsi de suite. Mais avec le réseau des jeunes pour le climat en Afrique, nous avons essayé de mettre en place des stratégies de formation et de renforcement des capacités des jeunes. Mais cela n'a pas porté fruit. Et ce qui nous a poussé à être plus précis sur nos différentes interventions, c'est en 2022, il y a de cela 2 ans et quelques, j'ai perdu mon propre papa à cause de manque d'électricité dans l'hôpital général de référence nationale au Tchad. À cause du manque d'électricité, j'ai perdu mon propre papa. Cela m'a poussé à poser la question de savoir où se trouve le problème. Selon le rapport de la Banque mondiale, nous sommes 17 millions d'habitants au Tchad, avec un accès d'électricité de 6,4%. Lorsque vous voyez ça, dans la capitale, c'est 35%. Les 35% se sont concentrés sur la partie là où j'ai le pouvoir, je dois avoir l'électricité. Je n'ai pas le pouvoir, je dois me débrouiller. C'est ce qui nous a poussé à se ranger aux côtés de l'initiative que vous connaissez déjà, qui est lancée cette année à Addis Ababa, qui est Six State Campaign, qui entre déjà dans ce que nous appelons accès à l'électricité à tous. Pas à tous dans la manière dont on dit le plus puissant est accès, mais accès à l'électricité à ceux qui sont les plus démunis, à nos grands-parents qui sont dans le fond du village, à nos frères et sœurs qui cherchent à étudier sous les lampadaires de goudron, à nos frères et sœurs qui cherchent d'une manière ou d'une autre d'avoir accès à l'électricité pour pouvoir se connecter à l'autre bout du monde. C'est dans ce sens-là que nous transmettons le message dans le fond du village, que ce soit au Tchad, que ce soit dans toute l'Afrique. Et YAF est venu. Lorsque YAF est arrivé, nous nous sommes dit, mais écoutez, nous on évolue dans le sens un peu disparate. Voici un mouvement qui est là. Rejoignez le mouvement. Et je vais vous dire sans précision qu'il y a de cela moins de 16 mois, nous sommes au-delà de 2000 personnes, 2000 jeunes de toute l'Afrique qui ont rejoint YAF. Et tous ces jeunes ne sont pas des jeunes qu'on peut dire qu'ils ne font rien. Ils font des choses sur le terrain. Quand on dit la mobilisation, ils sont au front, ils sont devant la scène. Quand on parle de montage de projets, ils ont des projets. Et au niveau de YAF, je ne sais pas si tout le monde ici suit les différentes pages de YAF, mais à ce niveau, nous avons des différentes, différentes formations que j'appelle les Twitter Space. On partage les expériences que nous on fait sur le terrain. Et c'est là qui nous permet d'avoir déjà des ambassadeurs qui se trouvent dans le fond du village. Nous organisons des formations en termes de renforcement des capacités. Les jeunes qui ont des petits projets, des micro-projets, et ils ne savent pas comment monter ce projet pour s'adapter à leur niveau, nous, on cherche déjà pour les aider à comment s'adapter, comment monter ce projet pour s'adapter au niveau local. Merci beaucoup.
Thank you very much, Mr. Idris. And
bonjour à tous et merci aux participants d'être là ici présents pour prendre part à ce forum aussi important mais voire unique sur le continent africain. Pour parler de mon expérience en tant que jeune dans le domaine de l'activisme climatique qui a commencé depuis 2016. Alors, la conclusion que j'ai eu à tirer et qui reste une vérité absolue pour moi et qui est au déchet-là. Et ces déchets-là impactaient nos santé, impactaient notre environnement et l'assainissement. Alors, qu'est-ce que nous avons décidé de faire? L'engagement doit venir de nous, la citoyenneté doit venir de nous. Et qu'est-ce que nous avons décidé de faire? Nous avons commencé à recycler ces déchets-là. Des espaces où il y avait des dépotoirs sauvages, nous avons commencé à faire ces actions citoyennes-là pour donner l'exemple. Alors, c'est en émettant ces actions que nous avons cooptées par un de nos arrondissements qui a mis à notre disponibilité des sites de collecte, de tri et de valorisation des déchets. Alors, à ce moment, nous nous sommes engagés à la sensibilisation de porte en porte des ménages sur les questions du recyclage et de la valorisation des déchets, de l'importance que ça a sur notre santé, mais également l'impact que ça a sur notre environnement. À cela, nous avons passé à faire des formations de nos communautés, les femmes, les jeunes, sur les différents éléments, les particules que nous collectons dans ces déchets-là. Aujourd'hui, l'énergie propre fait partie d'un des objectifs spécifiques de Acess et nous sommes focalisés à travailler sur ça. Et aujourd'hui, nous arrivons à transformer la biomasse en produisant le charbon vert. Et nous avons aujourd'hui des communautés de femmes et de jeunes qui auparavant qui coupaient le bois pour produire, pour en faire de la cuisson. Et aujourd'hui, au lieu de couper ces bois-là, ils utilisent les déchets de récolte pour faire ces charbons verts-là et ensuite pour subvenir à leurs besoins de cuisson. Nous sommes parvenus également à coopter ces jeunes, des jeunes pour les mettre sur le terrain à collecter les déchets plastiques qui auparavant étaient destinés à la carbonisation. Et ces déchets plastiques-là émettaient énormément de méthane dans l'espace. Et aujourd'hui, nous arrivons à les collecter et en produire des pavés plastiques qui sont très écologiques mais également utiles pour notre environnement. Nous avons même eu à l'issue de cela à faire des plaidoyers. Nous, au Burkina Faso, en novembre 2014, il y a eu un décret de loi portant sur la suppression de l'utilisation des sachets plastiques. Mais cela n'a pas été appliqué jusqu'en 2024, en mai 2024, que la loi a été réélue et décrétée. Alors, nous avons fait des plaidoyers le 3 juillet dernier passé, en marge de la journée internationale, sur la non-utilisation des sachets plastiques, et cela a porté fruit au niveau de notre ministère de tutelle, qui est le ministère de l'Environnement, et ce décret a été voté. L'appel que nous avons aujourd'hui, c'est que l'engagement doit venir de nous, l'engagement doit être personnel. J'ai remarqué pendant ces 3 jours que lorsque nous parlons de finances d'adaptation, on a tous nos oreilles qui sont tendues, des yeux qui brillent, parce qu'on parle de finances. Mais aujourd'hui, j'aimerais que vous reteniez que lorsque nous parlons de finances d'adaptation, il faut que vous ayez des idées. Il faut que vous arrivez à créer des phases pilotes de vos idées. Sans phase pilote de vos idées, aucun organisme ne serait à mesure de vous financer. Qui parle d'adaptation climatique, qui parle d'initiative innovante, doit avoir un prototype de son initiative, doit avoir un prototype de son innovation avant de vouloir aller vers un bailleur pour demander un fonds pour l'accompagner. Donc, je sollicite et je demande aujourd'hui à tout un chacun qui est ici présent, vous êtes aujourd'hui des ambassadeurs de la finance, de l'adaptation, et vous devriez être à mesure de relayer l'information dans vos communautés et également de vous engager. L'activisme, c'est le don de soi. L'activisme, d'abord, c'est le don de soi. Et il faut que nous ayons ça en tête et il faut que nous arrivions vraiment à mettre en place des actions de citoyenneté pour que nous aussi, quelque part, on ne dit pas que l'Afrique a toujours la main tendue, mais qu'est-ce que l'Afrique fait? La jeunesse aujourd'hui, nous devons nous réveiller et on a une place dans les instances de prise de décision et il faut que nous soyons vraiment formés, que nous soyons vraiment à la pointe des informations pour pouvoir faire entendre nos voix dans nos instances importantes telles que ce forum et telles que la COP. Je vous remercie.
Thank you very much, Ms. Fatimata Diallo. That was very powerful. And as we all know, the world is at a critical junction in addressing the climate crisis. And from what I've heard from the panelists so far, the youth are the leading voices. You need to have initiative, be able to take initiative. The ideas come from us, and even though we face challenges in getting help with our ideas, we are to be relentless. Before we continue, ladies and gentlemen, I would like us to have an icebreaker activity. I have noticed the room is kind of dormant, so I want us to do something to relax ourselves a little bit. And I'm going to call on Mr. Prosper to come and help us with an icebreaker activity. Please, let's clap for him while he comes up. And can we please just rise and stretch a little bit? Please, let's rise and stretch a little bit.
Hello, hello. Where's the energy? Adaptation finance? Okay, so stretch a little bit. We're going to do this. We're going to write adaptation with our bodies. Can your body write? Adaptation avec nos corps, on va écrire ça. Alors, on y va ensemble. Tout le monde, on écrit A. Without an A. Go. That is an A. Give me a D. How are you holding up? Where are we now? After a D, there is a? Give me an A. Come on, you need to go down there and reach, right? And after an A, there is a? Give me a P. Not just with your head, with your whole body, not just the head. After AP, there is a. Give me a T. Okay. After it, there is a. Mm-hmm. A-I-N-A. Give me an A. And the line in the middle, you have to draw it. And a T. Mm-hmm. An I. You have to put the point up there. An O. Ooh. And finally, N. Go. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Prosper. Thank you. I hope that we are a little bit more relaxed now, because from now on, the session is going to be very interesting, as I have some very interesting questions to ask our panelists, and I'm going to start with Mr. Lucky Abeng. Mr. Lucky, can you tell us some effective strategies for you to influence climate finance decisions at international forums like the COP meetings, particularly COP29, which is coming up in Baku?
Okay, thank you very much. An interesting question, Mary. On influencing COP decisions as young people. The first that I got for COP as a youth delegate was COP 27. And I discovered in Egypt that a lot of young people do have access to party badges, right? Yeah. And it's high time we move in short understanding the power you have with the party badge in also having conversations. When we look at influencing COP decisions, it might look like young people do not have access to influence the decision, but I think that narrative needs to change, because we are beginning to see young people who have access to badges, party overflow badges. Mm-hmm. One experience would be, and it could be a recurring experience for a couple of African countries, and by extension, Global South. You could go to the negotiation room and some tables that are reserved for Africans are maybe empty. I've seen a couple of these tables being empty, right? And in one instance, I met delegation from my country. I said it was an adaptation meeting. I said Nigeria's table was empty. And then she said, yes, that is why you have a party badge. Sit there, you can't speak on behalf of the country, but just sit there and listen and then come back and give us feedback. This could be one of the areas young people could even influence their national positions at the COP. Mm-hmm. So one way I would recommend for young people would even be expressing interest to get party badges as well, right? And knowing it was not up until COP29, COP28, that I got to know who were negotiators for Nigeria, my country, right? And I want to believe it might be the same experience for young people in this hall, not even knowing who negotiates on their behalf from their country. So the process starts from influencing as young people. It starts from even knowing who the negotiators from your countries are, and then having conversations with them from a youth lens. How does these negotiations affect young people? We saw conversations yesterday on mental health. Climate change is now even affecting young people from even accessing employment, meaningful employment, right? So for COP29, I think we'll need to start with aligning with young people who have party badges, understand their role, and even understand if they know who their negotiators are. But interestingly, a couple of these young people are young negotiators for their country, right? So we need to even meet as young people, understand those who are young negotiators, help them understand what the priorities for young people are.
We didn't see action for climate empowerment where you see a lot of young people. We didn't see that negotiations at COP28, but I think I'm excited that it's coming back now. So young people now need to understand these things. Who are the young people who have party badges, who will be attending COP, send position paper to young people. So when they have those review meetings before each sessions, they have a role and then they have a point and interest and priorities for young people. Then those who are also representing young people at the negotiation room need to be in touch with those with observer badges who are also outside waiting for feedback to update their counterpart who probably are ready to take up this information on social media. These are the issues, these are the updates. Because at the end of the day, we discovered that those who have gone ahead of us as our mentors do also have social media handles. So when you tag them, they see the issues that young people are raising as well. And it enables them to go to the negotiation with the issues and priorities and concerns of young people. So we can start from there. And sometimes this thing takes time. Policy influencing takes time because we understand that when some of these policies were drafted, they never had youth lenses. So at upcoming review process, we are beginning to see increase. And I think we have sessions where we'll talk about how young people will start developing interest in policy conversations. Interesting, on the first day, we saw the co-chair for the GCF saying that young people needs to move from advocacy to implementation. This has been the same stand I've always pushed, I think from the CCDA of last year, a side event from PACJA. This also were points I reiterated that it's high time young people understand the transitioning process to becoming technical expert, and that is one way we can easily influence process. But for COP29, I'm interested in seeing young people with party badges and also be open to having conversations with their counterparts with observer badges and also push our interests. We could get some good outcome from COP29. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very, very much, Mr. Lucky. I would like to throw this question to everyone. Let me see those who know their country negotiators. Indicate by hand of show. Very few people. I can see just 5 people, 6, who know their country negotiators. So as a youth, if you're in the climate space and you're interested in attending international meetings, I think you should start from knowing your country negotiators, as Mr. Lucky pointed out, and know your country's NDCs. If you are in the climate space, you should know what NDC stands for. So thank you very much, Mr. Lucky. And over to you, Ms. Chinyenye. I would like to ask you, how can young people build relationships with key decision makers in climate finance?
Okay, thank you very much for that question. I just want to pick it up from where Lucky stopped. So young people getting party badges, do you even think that you can just go there and get a party badge? You must have been engaging with these people. They have conferences in your country. They have a lot of pre-COP meetings. They have a lot of post-COP meetings that the government will be organizing. The AXIA or the PACJA focal organization for your country, they organize meetings. How many of these bodies do you belong to? Because as an individual, your advocacy may not really have a lot of weight. But when you join these coalitions, which is what PACJA stands for, as far as climate change is concerned and climate justice, and then AXIA stands for Clean Energy Access. These coalitions are going to amplify your voices. So I will start by saying that you need to be part of these networks. You need to go find out how do you join them, what are their requirements, and then from these bodies, then you will start getting opportunities to start joining the government conferences, post and pre-COP and all that, and even the NDC development. I don't know what happens to any other African country, but the country where I come from, it's not easy to get a party badge. It's not as easy as it is said. Yeah. You have to be part of, you have to be involved in what they do. So I think that that is the starting point for us. And then just to also add that as we are, trying to get to that table, even though we are dragging our seat to that table, we also have to ensure that we equip ourselves with the right knowledge. What are we really going there to ask for? What's our ask? You know, just as she said, do you even know what your NDCs are? Do you know what your NAP is saying? You know, so I think these are some of the ways that young people can actually better present themselves in order to be invited to the table or to even get crushed to the table if need be. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Chinyenye, for highlighting those very important points. I wouldn't want to say anything much on that, but I would like to ask Mr. Idris a question. He is the YAF national focal point for YAF in Chad, and he's very active on social media. So I think he'll be best to answer this question. Mr. Idris, what role can social media play in amplifying youth voices on the climate finance issue?
Merci beaucoup, Mary. Et tout d'abord, avant de répondre à ta question, la première question posée à mes prédécesseurs me semble vraiment cruciale pour moi d'apporter ma contribution avant de répondre à cette question. D'accord? Parce que la question d'influence, moi, je m'en vais ici pour dire que nous, d'abord, on doit commencer par la charité bien ordonnée, commence par soi-même. Nous avons eu la chance d'être ici aujourd'hui, ce n'est pas pour discuter et rentrer, c'est pour travailler. Et nous faisons un travail remarquable. Nous allons sortir d'ici avec quoi? Avec ce qu'on appelle l'appel des jeunes de Yaoundé, qu'on a rédigé l'année dernière. Et on va faire la même stratégie que nous avons fait l'année dernière. On n'a pas besoin d'être à la COP pour influencer. On peut être à la COP pour influencer, mais on peut influencer depuis chez moi, depuis chez nous. Pourquoi j'ai dit depuis chez nous? On l'a fait l'année dernière. L'appel a été remis officiellement à toutes les délégations pays par les participants qui ont eu la chance d'être à Yofafa 2023. Nous allons faire la même chose avec Yofafa 2024. Chacun de nous ici présent, en tant qu'ambassadeur de Axia, YAF, Pagja, nous avons l'obligation, pas dans le sens de faire absolument, mais nous avons le devoir de transmettre fidèlement l'appel qui va sortir aujourd'hui pour remettre à nos délégations pays, que ce soit le point focal adaptation, que ce soit les négociateurs, remettons cela. Cela, c'est l'appel de la jeunesse africaine. Ce n'est pas l'appel de Lucky, ce n'est pas l'appel de Mary, mais c'est l'appel de la jeunesse africaine. Vous tous, vous pouvez témoigner. Vous venez de différents pays d'Afrique, vous venez de différentes régions du Cameroun, vous venez de différentes contrées d'Afrique. Chacun a exprimé les réalités de chez lui pendant les ateliers qu'on a eus hier et nous aurons aujourd'hui, bien sûr. Pendant les formations que nous avons eues avec SSE, pendant l'appui que nous avons eu avec AAI. Donc, vous avez déjà les éléments pour que nous puissions influencer directement à partir de chez nous. Et ça, c'est un appel que je lance à chacun de nous. On n'a pas besoin de dire que non, moi je ne pars pas à la COP, alors là, ce n'est pas mon affaire. C'est notre pays, ce sont nos pays, c'est notre continent. Chacun de nous est influencé d'une manière ou d'une autre. Chacun de nous est touché. Le défi est énorme. Relevons-le ensemble. Et aujourd'hui, comme toujours, nous, c'est quoi? Ce qu'on parle, c'est Adaptation Finance more than double. Que ce message, que ce slogan soit notre carte d'identité africaine. Alors, pour répondre à ta question que tu m'as posée, merci beaucoup. L'influence des réseaux sociaux, elle est très simple. Moi, j'achète mes mégabits de 100 francs, j'ai 100 mégabits. Je peux faire autre chose, mais je peux l'utiliser à bon escient. Je peux dire que moi, je n'ai pas eu la chance d'aller à la COP. Je n'ai pas eu la chance de venir à Yofafa 2024, mais j'ai eu la chance de suivre Yofafa en ligne. Les résolutions, l'appel de la jeunesse. Tout ce qu'on doit faire, c'est d'utiliser les hashtags que nous allons partager, qui est non seulement Acess Adaptation Finance more than double et Acess 630 campaign, 630 campaign, et aussi nous allons relayer ces informations dans tous les réseaux que nous connaissons. Lorsque vous suivez ce genre de stratégie, l'influence est là vraiment grande. Par exemple, je prends ma part. Si j'ai 8000 personnes qui me suivent, je prends seulement l'appel de Yaoundé, l'appel de la jeunesse de Yaoundé, je poste point par point et j'appuie avec les messages pour dire voici ce que la jeunesse demande. que les décideurs prennent en compte. Vous regardez 8000 personnes qui suivent ce que moi j'ai posté. Ils vont voir. Certains vont aimer, certains ne vont même pas réagir, mais vont copier pour aller dire, mais écoutez, faites ceci. Malgré qu'ils ne vont pas mentionner le nom de Yofafa, de Axia, ou de YAF, ou de vous-même que vous avez posté, mais sachez que déjà il y a une influence qui a été transmise au niveau de la délégation pays. On utilise par exemple les réseaux sociaux comme le TikTok, l'Instagram, YouTube, ainsi de suite. Utilisons-les pour partager l'appel de la jeunesse de Yaoundé. Parce qu'il y aura des points que vous-même vous allez voir avec vos propres yeux, que vous-même vous allez débattre. Et c'est ça, c'est en ce sens que moi je me dis que la mobilisation de la jeunesse à travers les réseaux sociaux passe d'abord parce que nous apprenons, nous avons appris, nous maîtrisons ce que nous voulons transmettre positivement. Merci.
Thank you very much, Mr. Idris. A round of applause for him, please. He gave some very inciting points. And I would just like to add to what he said that notice how before you came here, we took our time informing you on the important hashtags to use, organizations to tag in order to increase your visibility on social media. Because we noticed that you usually use social media for things that will not benefit them. We spend about 7 to 8 hours watching TikTok, being on Instagram, watching things that will not help us in any way. So this is a challenge to all of you sitting here today. Before you leave, before you leave here today, we want you to make at least 10 posts on either Twitter, LinkedIn, Facebook, or Instagram. And you post, you tag the relevant organizations. Yes? Are you guys up for the challenge? Who is up for the challenge? Very good. A round of applause for yourselves, please.
Mary.
Thank you. Okay.
30 secondes. Excusez-moi, je viens de me rappeler un point que je devrais mentionner, mais je n'ai pas mentionné. Il s'agit des pages Axia, IAF. Pendant les 3 jours, si vous-même vous remarquez, certains parmi nous ici dans la salle ne suivent pas les pages. Donc ça, c'est un défi pour nous tous. Nous sommes ici au-delà de 200 personnes. Si chacun de nous commence à suivre les pages de Axia IAF, nous aurons 200 personnes qui vont nous suivre. Si chacun de nous prend, c'est-à-dire partage la page de Axia IAF ou les pages de Axia IAF dans les différents réseaux, dans les différents groupes, nous aurons au-delà de 1000, 2000, 3000, 4000 jusqu'à 10 000 personnes qui vont nous suivre, 10 000 personnes qui auront information de l'appel de Yaoundé de la jeunesse. Merci.
Oh, thank you very much, Idris. Thank you. That was very important. Ms. Marians, I don't know if you have anything to add to the importance of social media in youth advocacy, or do you have anything to add?
I would just like to add something later to what Mr. Idris has already mentioned.
Yeah.
When it comes to youth advocacy on social media, some of us, every day we're on social media, we're looking at posts, but then we're not consistent. As young climate activists, we need to be consistent on the information that we want to give out. If I come on your page, you're a climate activist, today you're talking about climate, then you go for a month, you go for 2 months, and you don't mention it. Someone who was looking up to you as, okay, this is someone doing climate. Climate is affecting me. I would like to follow up this person and see the person's activities, and then maybe I'll know how to jump into the climate space. When someone sees you posting once, then you skip 2 months, it's going to derail a lot of people. It will be like, we the climate activists, we the people that claim we are the climate activists, we are not first of all serious, and we are not that dedicated to sharing the information. And young people need information. If they do not have information, they will not be able to engage with us. So as we all have our social media pages, it's important that as we are here, everybody should try to make a post, tag the necessary accounts that Mary has been mentioning, share it as many times as possible. We've had speakers from day one. They've been saying different things. These are contents that we are supposed to share and ensure that this information reaches everyone who was unable to attend this event. Thank you.
Oh, thank you very much, Ms. Mary. And just before you drop your mic, how do you think we can scale up youth-led initiatives to create a broader impact?
Okay, thank you. I love that question. When it comes to scaling youth initiative, For example, as we see with, there's so many of us here, we're youths, we're coming with individual projects, we have people doing amazing work in their areas, that the projects are working in their communities. When we gather like this, it's necessary that we analyze each and everyone's projects. We see the ones that are efficient, we see how we can scale them, and we see how we can impact them. When we come and see, networking is very important because when we discuss, I'm able to tell you, okay, this is the project I'm working on. You might be working on a similar project, but you're facing some difficulties. You have not been able to bypass some challenges. You don't know how to access maybe some materials, or you don't know where to get some materials. But then now when we sit and we discuss, we share ideas, instead of working as separate entities, if we have 10 people working on a single project, it's going to make more sense than 10 individuals working on the same project. So when it comes to scaling of youth project, we analyze the ones that are most efficient. We focus on what is eminent. We go down to our grassroots. We see the projects that the local communities are implementing, because we have so many people that are not even aware of the climate space, but they have projects that are doing to adapt with what is happening in their community. These projects are the ones we're supposed to look at. Okay, we see how we can ameliorate them, then we can share them so that other people can also implement this knowledge.
Okay, thank you very much, Ms. Marian. Ms. Fatoumata, can you share some challenges you've maybe faced when trying to access the climate space or the climate finance space?
Merci beaucoup, Merui, pour cette question. Déjà, il y a un slogan qui me revient tout le temps à la tête, dont notre mentor ici présent nous le dit tout le temps. Il dit, Africa United can never be defeated. African United can never be defeated. African United can never be defeated. Ça a tout son sens. Ça a tout son sens. Pourquoi? Aujourd'hui, nous sommes des jeunes venus de différents horizons. Nous sommes peut-être nous pouvons peut-être nous retrouver dans des localités similaires. À la sortie de ce forum, je vous invite à créer des clubs, à créer des groupes, à créer même des organisations entre vous. Question de partager des idées, question de partager vos petites expériences que vous aviez eues, d'accord? Mais sans oublier que vous devriez vous connecter avec des organisations intergénérationnelles, c'est-à-dire des organisations qui ont plus d'expérience. Comme ici, nous avons PACJA, nous avons Acess, nous avons YAF, de nous rallier à des organisations qui ont de l'expérience pour qu'ils nous apportent de l'expertise. Pour aller à la conquête de la finance climatique, il faut avoir de l'expertise, il faut avoir de la constance dans ce qu'on fait, il faut avoir de la pertinence, mais surtout, il faut s'informer sur l'actualité climatique. Je vous invite également, en ligne, vous pouvez le trouver, à aller lire l'accord de Paris, qui stipule énormément de positions sur lesquelles aujourd'hui nous menons notre combat. Sans ces prises de connaissance, nous ne pouvons pas diriger nos idées, nous ne pouvons pas défendre nos positions. Et cela est très important. Et comme je le disais tout à l'heure, lorsque nous avons une idée d'innovation en tête, généralement, ça ne nous coûte pas grand-chose de nous investir nous-mêmes dans nos initiatives. C'est de donner la volonté de le faire soi-même. Essayez de faire sortir vos initiatives de terme, même si c'est des phases pilotes qui sont presque insignifiantes. Faites des suivis, faites vos rapports. Et lorsque vous partez pour répondre à un appel à projet, je suis sûr qu'à 50%, vous aurez la chance d'être retenu. Ou même si vous n'êtes pas retenu, vous aurez l'opportunité de retenir une leçon de cet appel à projet. Et cela est très important. Dans mon parcours, j'ai fait beaucoup la remarque sur ces points et je me suis beaucoup appuyé sur mes aînés. J'ai aujourd'hui ici mon mentor qui m'a coopté depuis 2016 à la COP à la COP 22 à Marrakech, mais il y a eu de la constance. Il faut qu'on ait de la constance dans ce qu'on fait. C'est pas comme si, parce qu'en 2016, je venais à peine de commencer ma vie d'activisme. C'est pas comme si j'avais de l'expérience, c'est pas comme si j'étais spécialiste. Mais je me suis donné la force d'apprendre, d'aller à la recherche de l'information, de m'appliquer. Et nous avons juste besoin de ça. Nous avons juste besoin de ça. Et moi, je fais un appel aujourd'hui à vous. Vous êtes des ambassadeurs du forum Yofafa. L'appel qui va sortir, vous devrez être ceux-là qui vont relayer cet appel. Vous devrez être ceux-là qui sont les porteurs de la voix des sans-voix. Vous devrez être ceux-là qui vont apporter l'information à votre communauté, mais également qui va mener des actions constantes pour toucher vos communautés, vos municipalités et aller bien au-delà, toucher vos gouvernements. Moi, je pense que la meilleure façon de faire remonter l'information, c'est d'aller au plus bas niveau pour faire remonter. Si on a des positions de plaidoyer, si on a des actions pratiques à mener, commençons par nos communautés, touchons nos municipalités, nos parlementaires et allons vers le gouvernement. C'est seulement ainsi que nous, jeunesse, nous pourrions nous faire entendre. Et ça, c'est très important. Je vous remercie.
Thank you very much, Ms. Fatimata. Thank you. And I'm throwing this question to the rest of the panelists. What challenges have you faced as a young climate activist who has been trying to get to a certain stage of recognition? Ms. Mariant?
With respect to the challenges I've faced personally, I would like to share a story of why I'm so passionate about climate change. Initially, I started my work, it was not all about climate change. As an agric engineer, I'm in love with sustainable agriculture, so I ventured into greenhouse farming and designing of greenhouse structures for the different agroecological zones in Cameroon. We did a construction, and because of heavy winds, it brought down the greenhouses. Another incident, I do fish production, and because of a day we did not have power because we used a forage, there was no water for 3 days, and I lost more than 700 pieces. So because of that, I know that what we're doing right here is very important because the challenges are enormous, and one of the major challenges I face, and I think at the beginning, and I think a lot of young people face, is that when it comes to choosing to be a climate activist, we get so confused because the climate space is very broad. And most people, they stand for, I'm a climate activist, but they don't stand for anything. We come from different sectors. We come from different activities. I do believe that if you come from the health sector and you're a climate activist in the health sector, it's going to make more sense than just saying you're a climate activist without having a particular sense of direction. I think that's one of the challenges I faced at the beginning, situating myself, and I believe so many people face it also. Also, getting access to the people in the climate space, I was lucky enough that how I found myself being part of Axia. They saw my work on social media. I'd never heard about Axia. I knew nothing about Axia. So it was on social media. We keep talking. Social media is very important. Share your work. So it was on social media. They reached out to me and said, okay, we have a review of COP20, or COP28. Can you come and attend? That's how I attended. And that's how I had access to these people that are doing real climate work, that are doing real climate advocacy. And I believe a lot of young people have this problem as well. They want to engage in the climate space, but they do not know who to reach out to. They do not know who to talk to. And then even when it comes to being part of it, there's a lot of bureaucracy. You have to go through an entire process. You don't just wake up and, as my sister mentioned, to get a party badge is not easy. You need to get to know the people that are in that space. You need to know the people that are doing this. You need to, first of all, have a proof of concept of what you're doing. You need to show impact. And as a young person doing climate change, or maybe you're into adaptation, we know adaptation is not cheap. So as a young person, having an idea and trying to implement it so that people will see what you're doing and maybe valorize what you're doing, it becomes very difficult. Accessing finance, when you have an idea, you want to do it on your own, it becomes very difficult. But now you want to reach out to people. The process to get sponsors, to get partners, to get people to even listen to you, just to listen to you, hear your idea, it's not easy. I cannot count the number of times I had to move from one office to the next office with respect to my event. I will not count the number of places I went to submit letters, requesting for audience to be able to share my idea. And when it's like that, it becomes very cumbersome and very discouraging for young people. You have the passion to impact climate change, to do activities, to help people, but then when you reach out to people and they don't respond, it becomes a problem. Also, another challenge I do think it's like we have Yofafa today. When do we have another event like this? So we don't have enough capacity building events to keep educating people, because if we have sufficient, like if we have 100 people today and there's another event tomorrow, it may train another 100 people in different locations. So I think it's very important that we also work on capacity building and ensure that we have more events like this. And these events will only come if we, the youth, we show that interest that we need these events, we need this capacity building. We want to engage in climate activism, but we do not have the knowledge. We do not know how to go about it. If we sincerely show that interest, I know and I believe that these people are going to organize as many events as possible to educate us. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Marian. A round of applause for her, please. And if up until now you haven't been motivated to post on social media, let me re-motivate you. Ms. Marian just mentioned they reached out to her through social media. She didn't know them, they didn't know her. But she was consistent, she was resilient, and she was passionate. And today she is the face of Yofafa 2024. That is what you call passion and patience. So another round of applause for her, please. Thank you very much, Ms. Maria. We see your work, we see what you do, and we hope you keep doing what you do and impacting the young ones who are looking up to you in the field of climate change. Thank you very much. Mr. Idris, can you share your challenges in the climate space and how you've been able to overcome them?
Merci beaucoup, Marie. Les challenges que nous avons fait face, c'est des challenges qui sont à plusieurs niveaux. D'abord, au départ, c'était un challenge au niveau administratif. La reconnaissance d'abord de l'organisation sous laquelle nous allons travailler. Nous avons présenté le nom, parce qu'il y aura des étapes à suivre, comme ma collègue m'a dit. Nous avons présenté sous la bannière du réseau des jeunes leaders pour le climat en Afrique. La première question qui nous a été posée, vous voulez être des leaders en tant que jeunes. Donc, vous cherchez maintenant à aller dans le sens de la politique. Nous avons eu des discussions à ce niveau et à la fin, nous étions obligés d'enlever le leader parce qu'on nous a été imposé. Au niveau administratif, c'était ça le cas parce qu'il y a eu un challenge, il y a eu un manque de compréhension d'abord de la dénomination et les objectifs de l'organisation. Et nous avons essayé de faire avec la diplomatie, ainsi de suite, que nous avons eu déjà un compromis afin que nous ayons le statut. Au niveau, c'est-à-dire de la réalisation des activités, c'est-à-dire sur le terrain, nous avons rencontré pas mal de challenges. Le challenge d'abord, la prise de conscience de la part des bénéficiaires, les jeunes, les organisations d'agriculteurs, éleveurs et tout ce qui va avec. Il y a un souci de la compréhension de climate change, le changement climatique, il y a un souci de compréhension. Lorsqu'on se présente, par exemple, pour dire que nous avons une petite activité qui est dans la consultation de jeunes et de femmes transformatrices et agricultrices de produits agroalimentaires, la première question qu'ils nous posent, combien de francs nous allons gagner? Ça, c'est la première question qu'à chaque fois qu'on nous pose, combien de francs nous allons gagner? Nous, en retour, on leur dit, la première des choses, on vient pour vous consulter sur ce que vous-même vous le faites. La deuxième des choses, nous-mêmes, on s'est déplacé d'une zone A pour venir vous voir afin qu'on puisse transmettre ce que nous avons eu comme petite expérience à travers d'autres pays. Deuxième challenge qui intervient, c'est les administrés. eux-mêmes, lorsqu'on leur demande, s'il vous plaît, est-ce que vous pouvez venir assister à telle activité au bénéfice des femmes, des jeunes, ils nous demandent, vous allez nous payer combien pour notre déplacement? Donc, c'est ça le challenge que nous rencontrons et je suis sûr que ce n'est pas seulement chez moi, ce n'est pas seulement au Bénin, ce n'est pas seulement au Cameroun, ce n'est pas seulement au Kenya, c'est dans tous les pays, c'est pratiquement dans tous les pays africains que ce challenge nous rencontrons. Ce que moi je passe comme message, c'est-à-dire c'est d'être vraiment patient. Comme Mary l'a dit, la patience est la mère de tous. Lorsqu'on est patient, lorsqu'on est passionné, lorsqu'on sait ce qu'on fait, et lorsque nous, on a déjà une vision qui est claire, eux-mêmes, ils vont nous suivre. Nous avons été vraiment résilients. Première tentative, nous avons fait avec les moyens des bords. Deuxième tentative, nous avons fait avec le troisième tentative, nous avons dit cette fois-ci, nous allons organiser dans une autre région. Parce que cette région nous fait vraiment des difficultés pour la réalisation. C'est eux-mêmes nous ont appelés pour dire, mais écoutez, ce que vous avez transmis comme expérience, compétence, ça nous a vraiment aidé au niveau local. Est-ce que vous pouvez revenir pour telle activité? Donc, en résumé, moi, ce que j'ai à transmettre, c'est la patience, la passion et avoir une vision claire de ce que vous voulez faire. Merci.
Thank you very much, Mr. Idris. A round of applause for him, please. Thank you very much for your beautiful contributions. Ms. Chinyenye.
Okay, thank you again. Not much to add to what everybody have said. Just to add that one of the challenges I have seen with access to finance generally for beyond the climate change space that young people, especially young women, they face is that some of them try to access finance as a single entity, forgetting that they don't have the legal proceedings. Their organization is not yet legalized to be able to access this fund. I promise you, no funder is going to put money where there's no structure. Now, if you were just starting out your organization, your initiative, and then also getting this legal status is not cheap. I must acknowledge that. But if you're just starting out, that's why I recommended that you're part of these coalitions, like YAF, like AXIA, like PAGJA, you know, and then you can join them to co-create whatever your initiative is at the moment, and then it's possible that finance could flow to you through that. But at that organic level, it's really difficult to access the finance that you're looking for, especially if you don't have all those registration and then everything that is, because someone is going to ask you for an audited account. Someone is going to ask you for, I mean, business name or whatever is basic, organization name is basic. They're going to ask you to give them, I mean, the projects you've done before, what's the impact and others. And because the space for seed funding for new initiatives is shrinking, and that's the reality we have to come to terms with. There are not so much organizations that are funding novel and just startups, if I use that word. So I think we have all been brought here together in this network. Please don't stray away. Ensure that you remain connected here, so that those things, those background things you need to get put together, these big coalitions are able to assist you to put them together. And then you grow. We have lots of youth. I know PAGJA has lots of youth that they've built to that level that they now access mega money on their own. But it doesn't come at the stage of startup. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Chinyenye. Thank you. A huge round of applause for her, please. Thank you. Mr. Lucky?
Yes, I think my colleagues on this panel have probably highlighted basically all the challenges young people might face in assessing climate finance, and I agree with how Chinyenye has just captured it. So the first fund I did assess as a young person was £3,000 in 2019, and it wasn't an application-based funding. And this is where I think young people need to start considering. There are basically two types of funding. It's either a solicited fund or your unsolicited funding, yeah. And although I do have a stand that we need increased funding for young people, but it's always good to have a starting point, yeah. So by 2019, I got £3,000, followed immediately by 2021, the same organization through an unsolicited funding released a £10,000, yeah, for youth work, to do youth climate change work. It could be challenging because we have not seen dedicated funding that goes towards youth work. But when you start looking at unsolicited mediums, there are a whole range of funding that could come out. Just this morning before we got ready for day 3, I did speak with a very vibrant young person as well from East Africa. And we did look at a couple of unsolicited funding 2 months back, and she was reporting that she just got 75,000 euros to do something in our country as well. So these are some areas, young people, because it could be crowded when we go to the GCF. We also know how some of this funding mechanism works. You have to go through your government officials, and they don't even have youth-responsive frameworks and platforms. So unsolicited could work, but however, there is need. Chnage just also highlighted that funding are shrinking. So one model would be young people adopting the ability to work in a consortium as well. Yeah. It could be one way to upscale youth work. You do a central proposal, but works in a consortium in a couple of countries, or even within your country as well, a couple of states. It helps bridge that fragmented voices that we do have as young people. But I think we are making progress. There are success stories that we are seeing from youth from Pakja platform, alumni of the summer school. We are beginning to see giant stride from alumni of YAF as well. So these are vibrant platforms we could, and then share experiences. Just this year alone, Idris, if I'm not mistaken, I think we've organized 4 Twitter spaces where experiences were shared, opportunities as well for youth funding as well. And we do have amazing alumni or champions from YAF who are now assuming really influential positions as well. So if funding, I really don't like talking about funding as a challenge, because there's also that road to build enough capacity and confidence as well. My first most embarrassing challenge as a young person was COP26 in Glasgow, right? That was the first time I was standing on the global stage and I was asked to give a speech in front of the leadership of the Commonwealth. And by the time I stood on the podium to speak for 5 minutes, by 1 minute, 30 seconds, I was done with everything that was in my head, right? And as a young person, I was looking at the hall for the facilitator to come take up the mic. They said, no, you have to do your 5 minutes. So the point there is we need to be confident to make mistakes. Mistakes will come. Spilled milk will come, but you pick yourself up, and then from there, the experiences of failures builds confidence for you to have conversations. More than doubling of adaptation finance, Mr. Charles had given us 8 principles. They will be difficult to digest, but with time, build up that confidence. Work in a consortium, as I say. Look at unsolicited funding as well. It could be a starting step to build a very solid profile. Because when you're looking for this fund,
no man is an island. You shouldn't work alone. Island, you shouldn't work alone. Sometimes you may have an idea, but the idea is not complete. And when you join with someone else, he brings his own direction of the idea. You come together, you join it, and you make another perfect idea. You're bringing 2 minds together who reason differently to make an idea a reality. So do not work alone. Thank you very much, my dear panelists, for this very interesting and important session. We are gradually coming to the end of this panel, and I would just like to ask the participants if they have any questions to ask the panelists. We'll be taking 5 questions only. Okay, and that's 5. Thank you very much. So this is 1, 2. Please, you make your questions very quick. You don't explain anything. So, Miss Amwan, can you ask your question? Mike, please. Je suis Cynthia Kouakou de la Côte d'Ivoire. Merci à tous les panélistes pour leur partage d'expériences assez enrichissantes. Monsieur Idriss, désolé pour le décès de votre père, qui reste assez triste, mais devrait nous motiver davantage dans notre marche vers l'accès à l'énergie propre. Ma question s'adresse à Madame la Présidente de l'Alliance panafricaine pour la justice climatique du Burkina. Vous avez parlé de la valorisation des déchets au Burkina. Vous êtes passé par la formation, la sensibilisation et même la transformation de ces déchets-là en biomasse. J'aimerais savoir quels sont les défis concrets auxquels vous avez fait face. Merci. Thank you very much. Next question, please. Okay. Ezekiel.
Thank you very much for this amazing panel. My question really goes to all the panelists. How do you implement and view direct mentorship with young people during your work with them? Thank you.
Thank you. Next question, Ezekiel.
Thank you very much. I listened to the panelists, and I think the most important reason for the panel session is to mobilize African youth to have a common position as we head to COP29. So from that perspective, I would like to recommend to the organizer to firstly identify young people in the room who have funding to attend COP, or who have partial funding to attend COP, or if there are other resources to help them be at COP29. And also to understand who has party badge and observer badge. And then we should meet, all those young people, we should meet before departing this summit or this forum to understand how can we coordinate ourselves as we head to COP29. Thank you very much.
Thank you too for that contribution. Yes.
Bonjour et merci pour la parole donnée. Ma question s'adresse à la dernière panéliste. Je connais pas son nom. C'est par rapport à la gestion des déchets. J'aimerais savoir, en fait, quels sont les différents partenaires financiers que vous avez au niveau de la gestion des déchets. Et dans votre prise de parole, vous avez parlé de la sensibilisation, vous avez parlé de la valorisation des déchets. Je pense que cette question-là, on devrait aussi s'intéresser à cette question. On a fait 3 jours ici, voilà ce qu'on utilise. Un fossil fuel, voilà, sur une image, on nous voit avec ceci, nous sommes là. Et tout à l'heure, monsieur Charles a parlé d'une obligation au niveau des bailleurs de fonds à notre endroit. Cette obligation est indirecte. Pourquoi? Parce que si la SABC nous donne ceci, sans toutefois nous dire quelque chose, on va se sentir impuissant lorsqu'il va falloir dire qu'il va falloir que la production soit réduite et tout. Donc, le fait d'accepter le financement de certains organismes, en fait, ça nous bloque. Donc, j'aimerais savoir, à votre niveau, qui vous soutient dans la gestion de vos déchets? Est-ce que là, il s'agit des organisations qui font vraiment dans la justice climatique ou bien dans la vraie préservation de l'environnement, pas dans le greenwashing, ou bien il s'agit des pollueurs? Merci.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. Ma question va à Monsieur Idriss. Je voudrais savoir, dans les activités de IAF, est-ce qu'il y a un mécanisme mis en place pour assurer que les jeunes porteurs projets sont autonomes, ou comment ils se font autonomes en fait, comment ils se font indépendants l'un de l'autre? C'est ça ma question.
Thank you. One last question. Yes.
Thank you very much, panelists. My name is Afumbom Joy, and my question is going to Ms. Marian. I want to know what advice can you give to a young person like me who is looking into venturing into the agricultural sector as maybe a profession, and how can I balance this even in the climate space? And also, how are you able to identify people to work with and the challenges you face with working with others in this space? Thank you.
Yeah. Just speak.
Thank you. So there are a lot of mistakes we made, and I just thank you for saying that, for sharing that experience, the embarrassing moment, and how you recovered from it. But my comment is on general challenges. When it has to do with COP, as young people, we should not deny the fact that it is difficult. Young people, personally, my experience, we just go after. It is the big guys who own the NGOs. It is the older generation who own the NGOs, who have the funding. And as a young person, I have had experience of going through organizations, talking to organizations, begging for funding. Half of us in this room are not going to COP. That is because we do not have the opportunity to go to COP. It is bureaucratic. They do not give us a space. We don't have the opportunity, no matter who you talk to. People sell, organizations even sell the batches. Even when they know you have impact to make in COP, they don't give to you. And even in youth spaces, it's difficult to access conferences. You can apply 10 to 15 conferences. It is shared among individuals. So we need to talk about the bureaucracy that goes on within the NGO space that young people are asked to get involved into. It's not easy. It is not easy at all. And this, I think as young people, we need to find a way to address it. To get funding, nobody funds you. What about people who are not, young people who are not educated? How do they get into the, okay, you said get into the NGO, form a movement. I was in the NGO space and I left to further my education. No organization accepted me because they said, oh, we can only accept you because, we can only accept you if you are part of an organization. But the organization I left to school said, oh, you went to go to school when you come back. So if you're part of an organization and you want to further, is it that the organization blacklist you? Or you have to, first of all, start to look for other organizations to involve yourself. It is very bureaucratic. Even the organizations we belong sometimes do not even give us access to go to conferences like this. It is shared. Who is the big person? Who is more humble? Who is more this? So this, as young people, are the challenges that we go through. It's not easy. So maybe we can also have conversation on how it's not easy, no matter how we try, how we feel. Even as young people, how do we speak to ourselves? We don't take ourselves seriously. And maybe that's why they don't take us seriously. They do not, we don't take ourselves seriously at all, the way we speak to individual young people. And I just wanted to raise this fact that we have a lot to do beyond forming movements. Some movements are so tight and closed. And if there's a way we can, as much as asking that they should simplify finance funds, should we also simplify in our organization and see a way to carry young people along? All of us going to COP, if people should share their experiences on how they got the batches, it is because they begged. They practically begged. Some are funding themselves to be there. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. That was a beautiful contribution. And personally, I'm also interested in knowing how some people got their batches to go to COP29 because, yeah, as you pointed out, it's a tedious process. I've had the experience. But let's give the panelists the opportunity to answer the questions that have been asked first before we see if you can take the next set of questions. Madam Fatoumata, you had quite a number of questions, so can you please start?
D'accord. Merci à Cynthia pour sa question. Elle demandait à savoir quels sont les défis que nous avions eu à rencontrer dans notre processus de valorisation des déchets. Alors, il faut dire que les défis sont énormes. dans ce domaine, dans le domaine dans lequel je me suis lancée, parce qu'aujourd'hui, nous avons une communauté qui est, pour ne pas dire pratiquement pas informée, des questions environnementales, des questions de changement climatique. Alors, nous, initialement, on procédait tout simplement à juste collecter les déchets qu'on trouvait dans des dépotoirs sauvages et qu'on essayait de reconduire pour trier et valoriser. Avec le temps, nous avons acquis de l'expérience et donc nous avons commencé à écrire des projets. Et l'un des projets dont nous avons reçu un financement, alors ce projet, nous avons décidé d'organiser tout le processus du recyclage à la collecte, au tri et à la valorisation des déchets. Alors, qu'est-ce que nous avions fait? Nous avons commencé par mettre en place des dispositifs de poubelles à tri sélective que nous avions mis à la disposition des ménages gratuitement, parce que ça a été subventionné par le projet. Alors, avant l'installation de ces poubelles-là, nous avons opté à faire la sensibilisation de porte en porte pour l'installation de ces déchets et de ces poubelles. Et après cela, c'est vrai que nos poubelles sont compartimentées en deux parties et donc peintes par le vert et le jaune. Voilà, le vert qui signifie tout ce qui est objet dégradable et le jaune qui signifie tout ce qui est objet similé qui ne sont pas dégradables. Et à la longue, nous avons remarqué que les ménages ne s'appliquaient pas. Alors, il fallait encore reprendre la sensibilisation de porte en porte pour vraiment leur signifier l'importance de ce tri, pour leur signifier que les déchets ont une valeur, pour leur signifier que nous pouvions donner une seconde vie aux déchets et quel impact ça a sur notre environnement et notre santé. Et c'est dès lors que ces ménages ont commencé à s'appliquer. Et nous, lorsque nous le conduisons pour le tri, alors pendant le processus de la fabrication, on se retrouvait face à un problème. C'était l'utilisation de nos machines. Nous avons opté à fabriquer des machines localement. Nos presses pour le charbon vert, nos appareils pour la fabrication de nos pavés en plastique. Nous avons opté pour des mécanismes pour valoriser la main locale. Mais ça a été vraiment un défi énorme parce qu'à chaque fois, nous étions confrontés à des problèmes mécaniques, nous étions confrontés à devoir soit reprendre la machine totalement parce que ça ne répondait pas forcément à ce que nous voulons, juste parce que nous n'avons pas voulu faire appel à l'international pour avoir des machines. Et tout ça sont des défis que nous avons eu à relever et qu'aujourd'hui nous avons des appareils localement qui arrivent à fabriquer ces produits-là. Même si c'est des machines semi-mécanisées et dont la productivité n'est pas aussi élevée comme nous le voulons, en tout cas, nous sommes arrivés au point où nous avons eu une solution locale pour pouvoir valoriser nos déchets. Alors, sur la question de nos partenaires cibles, par exemple, vers lesquels nous allons, nous n'avons pas spécifiquement des partenaires cibles. Non, nous avons des fondations, nous avons des organisations de philanthropie, nous avons des organisations de la société civile, nous avons les ambassades et même des institutions qui sont très bien basées, telles que les institutions des Nations Unies et tout. Et aujourd'hui, lorsque nous partons à la recherche des fonds pour l'adaptation climatique, pour moi, la question n'est pas quel est le bailleur que nous devons focaliser. Tout dépend d'abord de l'objectif que nous nous fixons. Et si l'objectif coïncide avec le bailleur que nous ciblons, alors nous pouvons le toucher, suivre ses actualités et voir s'il y a des appels à projets qui correspondent à ce que nous voulons implémenter, soumettre et espérer que notre projet puisse être accessible. Aujourd'hui, si nous prenons par exemple l'exemple sur les plastiques, lorsque nous prenons le mécanisme même de la fabrication des plastiques, lorsque nous partons du raffinage, parce que c'est à partir du pétrole que les plastiques sont produits, donc du raffinage, du processus de fabrication, du recyclage des déchets, tout ce processus-là a des effets de pollution sur notre environnement. Et pire, lorsque ces plastiques-là sont en phase de dégradation, émettent plus de gaz dans l'espace, qui est pire que le CO2 que nous appelons le méthane. Et c'est pour éviter donc l'émission de ces méthanes dans l'espace, parce que nous avons 400 ans pour qu'un plastique puisse être totalement détruit dans l'espace. Pour éviter cette émission et réduire notre empreinte carbone, nous avons décidé de valoriser ces plastiques. Aujourd'hui au Burkina, le décret il est officiel que les sachets plastiques ne seront plus utilisés, mais les bidons d'eau et tout, non. Ça, on ne peut pas l'arrêter systématiquement. Les décrets, ça va avec un processus. Il faut accompagner les populations, il faut accompagner les communautés, mais il faut que ce soit soutenable également par l'économie. Et ce point est assez important et nous sommes dans l'optique vraiment de suivre le processus pas à pas jusqu'à pouvoir obtenir vraiment l'effectivité des objectifs souhaités. Merci bien.
Thank you very much, Ms. Fatoumata. A round of applause for her, please. And to other panelists, let's keep our answers very short and concise. Thank you. Ms. Mariant, you had some question.
Okay. I'm going to start by answering the first question, which was sent to the general panelists. How do you implement direct mentorship with youths you work with? The agricultural sector is a technical sector. I love working with people that have passion for agriculture first before love for money, because agriculture is a very risky sector. There's no guarantee that what you plant, you're going to harvest. So people who come in with, oh, they heard there's money in agriculture, there's money in agriculture. It's difficult working with them because they don't know how to be patient. They don't know how to be consistent. They want immediate impact. They want immediate results. So it becomes very difficult to mentor such people. But when I get to meet people that have genuine passion for the sector, I know that these are people who are ready to toil the soil, are ready to watch the crops grow and wait for the day for harvest before they harvest. Then another question was advice to young farmers. It's
Maybe she will just meet you outside, you talk one-on-one.
Agriculture is it's risky. I'm not going to sit here and lie to you that it's something beautiful in as much as they paint agriculture on the social media, like it's money is in the agricultural sector, the next billionaires are farmers. Yes, that's true, we are the next billionaires, but it is risky. There's no guarantee. I mentioned earlier how much I've lost in agriculture. I lost more than 700 fish in September. We had to push some of my greenhouses down. But if you are passionate enough, you keep going. You remain consistent. You know that you're going to face problems. The fact is that you face problems on your way. There's no fixed road. There's no direct road. I'll tell you, do this, do that, do that, do that. The landscape is changing. You need to be ready to adapt to change. You need to have a mindset that, okay, your mindset should be very flexible. If I feel this way, okay, let me try this. Let me copy what my neighbor is doing. Let me ask from another person. So as a young farmer, you should be ready to learn. You should be ready to ask questions. You should be ready to fail. You should be ready to lose before you start winning. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Mariant, and I hope you got the answer you are looking for, Yosimbom. Thank you. Idris, straight to the point and short. Thank you.
Merci beaucoup. Moi, je capturerai deux questions. Une question d'ordre général, une question d'ordre particulier. Et les deux questions vont de pair avec la réponse que je vais donner. Tout d'abord, moi, je vais répondre à la question qui concerne IAF. Je vais d'abord lever un peu l'équivoque à ce niveau. IAF n'est pas une structure en part entière. IAF est le bébé de Axia et Pakja qui a vu le jour l'année dernière pendant le Nairobi Summer School, que je vais compléter avec la réponse à la question posée, le mentorat. Nous, au niveau de IAF, on mobilise les jeunes qui sont en partie, c'est-à-dire les alumni de Nairobi Summer School et les jeunes qui n'ont pas encore rejoint Nairobi Summer School et qui ne sont pas encore alumni de Yofafa. Nairobi Summer School, c'est là où nous, on oriente beaucoup, vient appliquer ce qu'on a appris pendant le Yofafa. Merci beaucoup.
Thank you very much. Ms. Chinyenye, short and straight to the point. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. I just want to address the comments that my sister over there made. I must agree and acknowledge the fact that it is difficult to actually grow in the development space generally. In the NGO, in the United Nations, in the wherever, Commonwealth, it is difficult. Bureaucracy is everywhere, politics is everywhere. And it is always difficult. That is a reality. But I also want to share a bit of my story, just very little. When I started out in the climate change space, my first master's degree was in public health. And then I got into the renewable energy space. And then I started out in an NGO. So when I came in, some of my colleagues were telling me, Chine, you are carrying this work on your head, though. See, these people will use you and dump you. They share opportunities among themselves, and that is all. You just be working like monkey and babu will be chopping, right? You know, so many things came into my head that should have made me to start revolting against my bosses. Okay, so but I just I had to continue at it, continued what I was doing, and it didn't happen. How did I met Axia and PAGJA? Environmental Right Action, which Dr. Godwin was heading at a point, they invited me just to showcase the work we do on renewable energy and rural energy access. And I was just there doing the most I know how to do. And Dr. Augustine walked up to me. I've never met him. I don't know who he is. I don't know what PAGJA is. I don't know anything. And then he said, I love your passion. I love what you are doing for the rural community. I even need a solar solution for my mother in the village. And that was it. So he bought from me that day, and that was how my engagement with PAGJA started. I didn't lobby for it. I didn't lobby for environmental action to invite me. Okay? And from there, it has just been, I mean, you what I'm going to say is, please keep on giving the value that you have. And then, wherever you are as a young activist, in all the technical skills we are going to get, there is an absolute importance to get astute interpersonal skills. You cannot take it out if you are in the public space. You know, you should be able to relate with people, you know, very well, not losing your guard, you know, communicating with people that are even above you very well, and that's how it goes. I was on the field one day, and my boss called me and said, Chine, where are you? And I said I was on the field. She said, send me your international passport. Men and brethren, I have never visited outside Nigeria. And then I sent the passports, and then they called me to say I'm going to represent my organization in a UNEP conference. See me. I didn't know what to go there and do and all that, so I quickly had to, you know, fly to Lagos to have a one-on-one chat with my boss, and I'm like, why me? There are people that have been here before me, but the truth and in all humility is that my result in that NGO for the past 8 to 10 years that I was there has never been matched till today. So that result was so blinding that even if you are doing politics, you are being bureaucratic, you can't sweep it under the carpet. So I was invited to go to UNEP, where was it? Nairobi or whatever. So I went there. I finished, I was fidgeting like Lucky said. That was my first time on an international. I wasn't a participant, I was a speaker. So when I was done speaking, 2 people walked up to me and said, we are having another conference in so country, and we are inviting you to speak on this topic. Another person invited me from another country to also speak in another conference. What am I trying to say in essence? Ensure that the value you are dishing out, you are just keep at it. One day, someone is, just as they picked up my sister from the social media, you are going to be fished out. And that's how you don't, you know, yeah, there are times like cup badges, that one is on another level. But yeah, there are some of those challenges, but your wins will actually be a lot, you know. And then mentorship. Finally, when I was nominated to go and, there was another conference I was also nominated, no, another speaker walked up to me to speak in a World Bank conference. And then I went to my boss and I said, please, I don't consider myself fit enough to speak on this topic. I don't think I can do it. I was the only Nigerian speaker out of over 100 speakers from around the world. I was so scared. I was just starting out. I went to my boss and I said, I can't do it. Please come and go. And she said, Chnage, no. She sat me down. That was how she started being my mentor until tomorrow. I went under mentorship. Dr. Godwin said something. Mentors will not look for you. You admit that you need a mentor. And then you look out for a mentor. Okay, mentorship is very, very important for us as young people. As we are building our portfolio, as we are building our skills, please ensure that you invest in mentorship. There is nobody, even our bosses here, that have climbed high, that will not point to one or two people that are mentoring them. And then ensure that you keep on dishing out your value. You will be found one day, and you will get to a point where you no longer have to beg for the opportunities. They come to you, and you even check whether it is your schedule actually allows you to even attend them. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Chinyenye. Thank you very much for that valuable contribution. And I hope that everyone seated here today has taken about 5 to 6 things she said, because I have. Thank you very much, Ms. Chinyenye. Lucky.
1 minute.
You. Very short and straight to the point.
Thank you. It's a passionate thing when young people speak this way, and I think I like it. We tend to sit on platforms and also mix words. It could be very difficult. However, there are success stories that we should focus on, rather than the stories that dampen our spirit. Taking off from Chineye, my first trip out of the country was in 2021. I wasn't considered when the whole conversation started in the organization. I was considered least amongst those that were supposed to go for that trip. So the first person was down with health. The second person didn't have an international passport. The third person didn't have yellow fever card. So the fourth person they reached out to was Lucky. And of course, I had everything. And then they said, okay, yes, I was ready. I was looking for an opportunity, right? That was the first time I got out of Nigeria, right? And I spoke on a podium that my boss was supposed to speak. And it continued that way. For COP, it's difficult, but let's also be realistic. We are beginning to see how accreditations are being reduced for organizations. We've seen situations where also accreditations were given and young people got accreditation and couldn't even secure funding. It's also a backlash on those who are also issuing that. But we are beginning, like I said, we need to focus on the success stories, share experiences of what has worked, and then move on with those experiences. We are beginning to see spaces where young people are coming up now, right? It can only get better from what we have experienced. 5 years ago, it wasn't this way. 10 years ago, it wasn't this way. But if we want to speak truth to ourselves and also reduce the fragmentation, because sometimes the challenges we face is the fragmentation amongst ourselves as young people. Ezekiel has raised one. How many persons are even going to tell you they are attending COP as well? You only just wake up the next morning and you see that they are attending COP. So it's difficult to even convey voices. However, platforms like this, declarations from here, links from declarations from convening like this also provide that opportunity to even now amplify youth voices. We are winning, but the winning is slow, but we will get there. We have the likes of people we look up to who are mentoring us. And I think a round of applause to Dr. Augustine Jamshi, who has also been a very... Yes, it should start.
Please, a steady ovation for Dr. Augustine Jamshi. He is my boss and he deserves it. That said, I would like Dr. Augustine Jamshi to come to the podium and say one or two words of wisdom for us that we all deserve. Thank you. Please, let's clap for him while he comes up. Cameras, get ready, please.
You know why I'm holding her? Who knows why I'm holding her to come with me? Who can guess? Yes, why? This is your mother, right? She's your mother, right? Please clap for him. Thank you. You can sit down. You know, I came in when Chinenye was speaking, and there has been this thing in me. I wanted to recognize somebody. I never knew the moment will be now. But as they say, as God's will, you can't resist it. Sylvia is your mother, right? But she is my daughter. This is my first daughter in the movement. I don't want to take much of your time, but let me just tell you some practical things. I met Sylvia when she was 21 years old. And that was in 2009. Yeah, 2006. Right. Exactly. I met her in 2006. A passionate, crazy young lady. She wouldn't stop at anything. Just as, I don't know, she's not a mother, she's no more crazy. But Sylvia will not enter here without you noticing her in a very positive way. Something told me, if I invest in this one, we will get something. We go to Copenhagen. As Ambassador Seni was saying, I was arrested in Copenhagen. The challenges that we had were many. Imagine that Pakja was just emerging as a Pan-African movement with all the, what do you call, the tax, right? Because there have been organizations and individuals that considered Africa not worthy enough to tell their own stories. And Pakja was created with the intention of us telling our own story in our own words. Climate change didn't have to stay as an elitist discourse. How can you keep talking about Africa as if Africans themselves don't have a voice? It was not enough. When, after some kind of blackmail, my brother Mitika and myself were left alone with the cross. And what I consider the cross, we had a big banner, very heavy one. Went to Copenhagen at the heart of winter. I mean, the snow was this deep. We led the march. When we reached at the site, most of the Africans that were with us were bullied, and then they abandoned us. She is the only one that came, helped us to carry the cross. And she paid the consequences. Because the organization, I wouldn't call the name, we're on internet, but many people here know, that supported her, felt threatened that an African movement was rising and that would take their space. So they had supported her. They came. We were standing. They told her, look, we didn't bring you here to come and support Pakja. Now we will not support you again. Consider yourself blacklisted. She said, I don't care. Is that not what you said? Yeah. I don't care. And she stood with us. I remember when because we were fighting in Copenhagen as if there was no tomorrow. We thought we could win. So when we do communiques, she's distributing, mobilizing young people, distributing, all west, or running, making a lot of mistakes. Because when you tell her something, instead of listening, she's going to do it. Then I'll call her, Silva, come back here, come back here. This is not what I said. And there are times she will cry because I'm a very severe person. You can ask them. Sylvia will cry, but wipe her tears and move on. Then this fateful day, I collapsed. And then as I was put in the ambulance, I didn't know. The last thing I saw was this door of the ambulance closing. I didn't know. When I woke up in hospital, there was that little girl sitting by me. It was Sylvia. Because it was so dangerous for me. So she told me she thought I had been poisoned. And since I was being taken, that was after my arrest. I was being taken, let her go with me at least, so that somebody will be there to know where I have been taken to. So we stayed in hospital, and I remember she told me, because my hand was up, she said, please put that hand down, because when you hold this hand up, it's like you are dying. Please. I had no insurance. I had no health insurance. Nothing. But I was treated. We came out of hospital. What am I trying to say here? You may shy away because you see that sometimes we are hard. We are hard because of the battle we have in front of us. Ladies and gentlemen, my young people, we don't just fight climate change. We fight other forces. The forces that want to keep Africa where it is. And when you have a different opinion, they blackmail you. Like Gandhi said, they first ignore you, they laugh at you, they fight you, then you win. The face of fighting is usually very vicious. And they only use some of us to bring us down. This happens all the time. So if you are in this movement and you cannot be resilient, you cannot be focused, as Chnage was saying, and as it is, if you are not focused, you'll be moved by the wind. For instance, somebody sees that you have presented well. They say, we must pick this one. They say, Augustine is a crazy person. Don't. He's terrible. Mitika is a horrible person. Don't even ally with them. We'll invite you for a meeting in, I don't know, wherever. Then you think that you are very important. At that time, you think that you are very important. When they use you, they abandon you. You're on your own. Because they didn't like you. They wanted to use you to break us. Okay? To break the movement. They wanted to use you to break the movement. Please, a people united can never be defeated. And Africa united can never be defeated. This is the motto. Stay together. Focus on important things. Now, Sylvia is the coordinator of the Nairobi Summer School, right? Nairobi Summer School was created when? Just about 4 years ago. We've been in existence for more than 16 years. But when we created, we brought Sylvia, you will run this school. And that's why she's your mother. Sometimes when she's hard on you, it's the hardness that we gave her. Okay? So thank you very much. Young people, stay focused. Stay focused. Thank you very much. I really appreciate this lady. I really appreciate this lady. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Augustine Jamshi, and thank you, Sylvia, for the amazing work you do. We have come to the end of our panel discussion, and I'd like to thank all the panelists for their valuable contributions and for the wise words. Can we have a picture, please? I don't know if the cameras are ready. And while we are getting a picture, I'm going to call Mr. Jennings Krebs to give us an announcement. Thank you. Camera.
What do we want? What do we want? What do we want? When do we want it? When do we want it? What do we want? When do we want it? I know we are a little bit tired from yesterday. We are still in the mood of celebration because of some little preparations. But today we decided as the YAF team to honor him on this day. So I want everybody to sing along with me. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to. Yes. Happy birthday, happy birthday, happy birthday to you.
Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Weka keki juu ya meza. Letea zawadi kidogo ulichobarikiwa. Aki mwana mkwete.
DJ, raise the volume.
Asije kakumwagia. Anakapicha kako nitaka post. Boso kupenda itawa cost. Leo siku yako nishajikoki.
Okay, let's go like this.
Rafiki zako tunasema happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you.
Thank you, DJ. Okay, for this event, I want to call upon his mentor, Dr. Augustine Jamshi, to stand beside him as he will be cutting the cake. And maybe Dr. Augustine will say some words of blessing upon him.
Wow. You surprised me. You surprised the old man because when I was hinted, I forgot. I must confess, I forgot. Some of us were born when they were harvesting granules. And that's all we know about our date of birth. And that is how it luck is resilient young person. That is close to my heart. Lucky did not say, he says less. Even when he goes through tough times, he still has a smile. But the good thing I know of you, young man, is that even when you are corrected in the wrong way, you still focus on the correction. Keep that one. That's what will make you grow. Because you've grown, you continue to grow. Lucky is a go-getter. Is a hunting dog. Please, as we mentor them, to be mentored by the young people. I pray that our ancestors, the gods of the continent, keep you strong.
Amen.
And that may you grow and have the place in our continent that you deserve. Amen. The future is bright.
You see,
it is even brighter because the present is already bright for you.
You see,
and that through you, other young people will see the light.
You see.
Thank you very much. Enjoy your day.
Thank you. I just have a few words to say. I'm truly grateful for this opportunity. This is the third birthday cake I will be getting since I was born. And this is really very dear to me because the way they spelled the Lucky is the way I've always wanted to spell my name. So for the prayers, last month, Dr. Augustine Jamshi wrote me a
very passionate. I did a post on Facebook, and then he saw it, took a screenshot and shared with me, and then he said, "You would go far."
You see,
I'm thinking now that I'm really going to print that WhatsApp chat and have it in my purse, my bag, everywhere I go. I've been blessed on this continent with very few people who believed in me, even when I had shortfalls, shortcomings. And as young people, I'm beginning to learn how to calculate my words, to say the right things at the right time, even though the tendency to make mistakes, foiled by our passions, would always be there. But Daddy, I'm truly grateful for believing in me. I'm grateful to the Pakta family, to the Asia family. This is a movement and a platform I would everly be grateful to represent wherever I find myself, every engagement I find myself. I've had opportunities where I've been told not to mention a couple of the platforms but at least the passion to believe in one Africa, the passion to believe that young people from the African continent have what it takes to contest and compete with our counterparts in the global north. We might not have it all, but we are making giant strides. If you look from your countries, each country, we have young people who can compete anywhere in the world. And we are beginning to get platforms, but we ought not to abuse this platform. The tendency to abuse it are there. And just like the doctor said, the incentives might come sometimes to abuse the platform, but your ability to believe that Africa is beginning to take our place with each and every one of us here, I think will make that progress. And Daddy, don't stop believing in us. Correct us with the rod, and also draw us with your right hand when you correct us. And I can't wait to make impact with each and every one of us in this world. Thank you for making the day truly remarkable.
all right, we are going to.
Thank you.
We are going to.
We can have the cake now.
No, we are going to accompany Lucky in cutting his cake by spelling his name by the way he wants it to be spelled.
Yes.
Is that the way you want it to be spelled?
Exactly.
So it is Luckie. Luckie. All right, we're about to start. We say L U C K I E. All right, thank you very much for that little break. So you can just go out now for your coffee break. And the cake will be served to you at the table. Thank you.
Tes amis sont là, ta famille est là, les tontons sont là, les tantines aussi sont là, tous les parrains sont là, les marraines aussi sont là. En tout cas, faut pas t'inquiéter, nous on a su la soirée pour toi. Chanter. Nous sommes là pour ton anniversaire. Oui, les mandats répondent. Personne n'est fatigué. Avec toi, on va s'enjailler. Bouge ma nemme. Aujourd'hui, c'est ton jour. Et ça vous fait des et sans s'arrêter. Parce que c'est ton anniversaire. Le gars est joli, la femme est jolie. Les invités sont jolis, mais on ne va pas que parler et danser. On mangera aussi. Y'a à manger à coco, la boisson pour la flot. Si tu veux copier, sinon fais emporter. C'est tout ça là qui fait que anniversaire. En tout cas, faut pas t'inquiéter, nous on a su la soirée pour toi. Chanter. Nous sommes là pour ton anniversaire. Tout le monde répondait. come to smoke cannabis. Doctor say make a pop one of this. Make me fly like say I'm Aladdin. Come bring some kind melodies. Oh, mama, myself no do pass like this. So many things inside of my jeans. I slide down the beatings, the beatings.
1, 2. 2, 2, 2. Yes. Welcome back. Welcome back from the tea break. Please, can we settle down so that we can get into the next business? Can I get the music down a bit? Yes, let's settle down. So yesterday we started a session, the working group on GCF proposal drafting. And I did rush a couple of us, and then we wanted also to extend and then get a grasp of what that particular session is all about. So we'll be moving straight to that session in continuation of what we had yesterday. There's no need to start doing one group one. We all know our various groups. Can we please move to our groups, the table you sat yesterday, for the working group on the GCF proposal? We have our facilitators, Mr. Koda Kudzo and Eddie Lantome. They are set for us. Can we do that in the next 2 minutes? By my left, we had the Francophone speaking colleagues, and by my right, we had our Anglophone English-speaking guys. Group 1, Group 2, Group 3, Group 4, Group 5. Group 1, Group 2, Group 3, Group 4, Group 5. For those of us who have been able to download the TOR, it would help us make progress faster. Mind you, this session is going to last for only 30 minutes. So the faster we get into our groups, the better for us. Our time is already counting. Yesterday I saw that the leading group is the group 1 of the Anglophone speaking country. We hope to see progress from other groups today as well. So, Mr. Koda and Mr. Eddie, do you have any information you would like to pass, or we just go straight? We can go ahead. Great. So, thank you for getting into the groups. 30 minutes, we already have 3 minutes out of the way. We look forward to having representatives from each group share what you guys finally came up with. Yes, I can see we are making progress. This is just to remind us that we have 8 more minutes to go. So we should be rounding up. We've made progress. We might not finish today, but this is going to be a continuous exercise. So I'll be back here in 8 minutes' time to call this session to a close. Thank you. Yes, can we start rounding up now? Apologies, we would have to stop here. This is a continuous exercise. We're so sorry. There are challenges with internet connection. However, we know that we have introduced, we have connected the international participant with the national delegate as well from what we started online. A superb thank you to our facilitators, Mr. Eddie and Mr. Kodo. Oh, okay. Yes, can we settle down? Group 5 of the Anglophone speaking countries. Group 5. We're waiting for you guys. A few of us have reached out to say they also want to experience Cameroon before they leave. So that request would only be possible if we cooperate to finish early so that we can see how Yaoundé looks like before we start leaving tomorrow. Yes, thank you once more for going through this exercise. I must reiterate the time is short, but it's a conversation that would continue after now. A round of applause to our facilitators, Mr. Kojo and Mr. Eddie. They've been an amazing partner they are from the Sustainable Solutions for Africa. This next session will be co-facilitated by my brother and friend, Idris. We have discussed the agenda drafted, and we've seen sessions and there have been questions that what next. So we're just going to take 20 minutes for this next session. We want to know what next after YAF, YOFAFA 2024, right? So how do we strengthen YAF going forward? Mind you, we are not creating another organization. We are all YAF ambassadors representing our various countries. There are opportunities for us to engage at the national level, grassroots level, but YAF becomes a regional platform for us to converge and share progress, challenges, opportunities to move. But we don't want this to be a YAF secretariat thing. So myself and Idris will be moderating this session. We want to hear from you. 20 minutes, please. How do we strengthen this movement forward? I would also welcome Idris if he has anything to add to this session. So, yes, like we said, 20 minutes, we're already 2 minutes out of that. If you have any point on how you think we can strengthen YAF going forward, kindly use the mic on your table. We have our rapporteurs who are taking note of all our recommendations or our opinions and our thoughts, and then we will look at this and share with us. Each person that wants to speak, you would have just 2 minutes, please. Thank you. Idris, over to you.
Alors, bonjour à tout le monde. Comme mon collègue vient de dire, c'est un échange qui sera entre nous et autour du YAF. Comme il l'a dit, on ne va pas créer une structure ou un mouvement, Le YAF est déjà là. C'est un mouvement qui est déjà créé. Maintenant, nous, on veut avoir c'est-à-dire vos impressions, vos suggestions, vos recommandations. Qu'est-ce que nous allons ajouter sur ce qui est déjà mis sur pied, mis sur place? Vous êtes déjà des ambassadeurs, comme mon collègue vient de dire. Vous êtes nos ambassadeurs. Vous êtes les ambassadeurs de vos délégations pendant les COP, pendant les différentes négociations. Vous êtes les ambassadeurs de vos pays. Vous êtes vous-même ambassadeurs du YAF. La première des choses que nous allons vous demander à faire, c'est-à-dire, comme il a dit, c'est de prendre le micro pendant 2 minutes. Vous allez nous dire ce que vous avez à nous suggérer ou ce que vous allez nous présenter comme une nouvelle approche que nous allons ajouter sur ce qui est là. Et au-delà de ça, nous allons bientôt partager le lien sur comment adhérer à YAF, c'est-à-dire comment devenir membre. Il n'y a pas grand-chose à faire, c'est juste de remplir un lien en ligne et vous serez membre du YAF. Il a mentionné une partie, un élément qui est intéressant, c'est-à-dire nous allons voir comment vous allez organiser les activités sur le terrain en tant qu'ambassadeur du YAF. Et c'est ça ce qui est plus important, c'est-à-dire ce que vous faites, nous allons partager ensemble. S'il y a des choses à ajouter, s'il y a des recommandations à faire, s'il y a des conseils à vous donner, s'il y a des orientations à faire, nous allons les faire ensemble. Alors, il a mentionné, nous avons consommé déjà 3 minutes. D'accord, nous avons juste 20 minutes. Alors, les micros, je pense qu'ils ont déposé sur vos différentes tables. Celui qui demande la parole lève la main comme d'habitude et nous allons accepter son intervention. Merci.
Okay, thank you for this opportunity to share ideas on what we think we can do to make YAF move forward. And in my opinion, I think we should institute a follow-up mechanism. Now, we've brought a lot of youths here, we've educated them, we put in place a mechanism to follow to ensure that the projects that they applied before coming to Yofafa, they're being implemented, and then they're following the knowledge. They're trying to put in practice what they've learned here.
Okay, so follow-up mechanism. Are there mechanism you're aware of that you want to suggest? Because we want these recommendations or suggestions to be as clear, as concise as possible.
Okay. So in my opinion still, we have people in Cameroon. For example, I'll use the national participants. They come from different regions. So we divide them per region. And then we have focal points. We have focal points per region. These focal points are going to act as a reference. The other people in the region will report to them, and they will in turn report to YAF. A mandate is put in place that, okay, you serve as an ambassador, as an ambassador. These are the things you're going to do within this time frame. Keep reporting, and then if need be, we send down people to follow up, do trainings, and support the projects.
Thank you.
Magdalene, please. Vous avez la possibilité d'utiliser les micros qui sont sur vos différentes tables.
Okay, thank you. I want to thank the entire organization. It's been really impactful for me, and it's also very beautiful to see young people all over Africa. And I really want to appreciate the mobilizing power of YAF. My suggestion would be on communication. So first of all, for the hashtags, because we are young people, maybe for next YAF, we need to have the hashtag broadly pasted or written somewhere where people can easily just put the hashtags when they are tweeting, or maybe the hashtags should be shared in the groups where we all belong so that we can easily access. I know it was later shared. Then another one is, I wrote it. Yes, another one is maybe at the end of the session for communication, we could have, I know we're going to have maybe a declaration, but we have a video, short clips. Would there be an opportunity for us to have short clips capturing direct quotations? What is the demand that comes out of here? How do we get them in maybe bits of clips and put them together and release them? So we can have the video clips and of course a written clip. And for internal communications, I think we had a lot of people communicating to us at the same time. A lot of people communicating on same issue. Maybe it should be designated. Who is directing someone on flight? Who is telling us on this? I spoke to a lot of people and I got confused in the process. I think that should also work. And then communication too, internally. Personally, I had problems with where they say you need to sign it, we will cancel your participation. I didn't think that sits well with me because of course I want to be part of it, so I would sign it. So I noticed every conversation came with a bit of threat. But I feel like as young people, we don't need to threaten us to be part of a space we really want to be part of. Thank you.
Thank you, Magdalene. We have our repertoire. Interestingly, you are part of the repertoire team, repertoiring team, to capture that as well. So we'll just go one per table now so that we can catch up with time.
Okay, thank you. I have a suggestion on the online course that we took as the international participants. Now that we are doing the exercise, we have realized that the national participants did not take the course. So I would very much like it if next time all people who are going to participate should take the online course so that there is no disparities between us and we should be on the same level. Thank you.
Thank you. Apologies, I was distracted.
Thank you.
Not like I followed, but you guys are clapping. I think it's a good one. Yes. Okay, go ahead.
Okay, so I'm actually suggesting like a platform where we like have a, let me say, funding navigator platform between us youth. You know, as we are all living here, I think all of us might be coming up with ideas on, let's say, projects we're going to work on, and also funding proposals we're looking forward to writing, yeah? So I was actually suggesting that we develop like a funding network platform where like we don't say, yes, it's confirmed, you get the funding, but amongst us youth will be like, yeah, this platform I think will be a good an organization you might apply and your project might succeed. So it's just like we share our ideas, and I can also invite anyone from here as a guest speaker on a project I'm working on, even though it's online. So having that platform will also help us in like navigating and sharing information amongst us and how our progress is going, and if we can help each other, not with actually financial help and get, but the little we have, the knowledge, we can actually share amongst ourselves on the platform. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. That's
Yeah.
also it's good because after the first edition of YAV, we did organize a couple of webinars as well to see and share experiences and also opportunities. So this, your point, further validate that, and we will take that into consideration.
I have two suggestions, and I'll be very brief.
Okay.
One, I would like the panelists or the youth to be members of the presenters. Most of the presenters who were here are a bit old people. We want you to increase the number of youth presenters. Secondly, for it to have blueprint across Africa, let's also give priority to those countries which are not represented so that we can have ambassadors in all African countries. Those are my two suggestions. Thank you.
Thank you. Just one minute. You have anything to say?
Yes.
1 minute. Yes.
1 minute.
Yes.
Yes, what I'm saying is this forum should be an opportunity hub. That's the first thing. The second thing is it should serve like a co-op. I don't know whether the first forum which was held, they were retained under the first batch. So this batch should be the second, then it is continuous. Then again, it should be an opportunity forum where youths should also be drilled on how to come up with climate resilience.
A daily review of the sessions to have a feedback form of what we think about the session